Hey, good morning. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, yes, we did. Sub 4. Yeah, we just bleeding out. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. So, we dropped pretty much all our creeks at this point. I mean, there's like support levels down here around 4, but I mean, even just now we just dipped below it, so it's not looking great. I mean, in terms of the widening breakdown, that target would be done. I don't know. I have a lot of feelings about it, but feelings don't really mean much. Yeah. Well, it would seem to me that we're getting pretty close to, like, once again, like hitting some historic lows on RSI. You know, this is a lot like it's like an inverse almost of like SPY or something, because the S&P 500, it's like, oh, it can be overbought for a while, right? And it can stay overbought for a long time. AMC is like the opposite. It can have like these really long periods of being like oversold, like extremely oversold, you know. Like a healthy stock, if it were to hit something like this on the 2 or 4 hour, would be reacting strongly, and like, it's just nobody wants it. I hate to say that, but nobody wants the trades until it's like super low. And you know, that's a bit like of a over exaggeration perhaps, because I know that there's been buyers and stuff like that, but still, like last time we came down this low, at least on the 2 hour, it was back here in beginning of last year. Kind of just looks like another repeat of the same thing. Like, it's kind of bleeding out now in December. And, you know, we were hoping for some kind of a rally, and what we got was dilution, and unfortunately there's no stopping power, not yet anyways. Things can change, but my main hope for this kind of reactive move was that it would not break below this trend here, and it did. It just broke that. That's a blue line coming down, and then it also broke below that trend. It also broke below all the creeks. I mean, it technically did that on Friday, so I didn't stream Friday, and I was just kind of burned out. I saw it drop the creeks, and I was like, you know, there's probably not going to be anything that happens today. I was like, it's going to be mostly boring, and I don't really want to stream nothing. But before nothing, and my cat was messing with the water. Sorry. She does that, and then it gets disgusting, and then the other cats don't want to drink. But yeah, I was looking at it on Friday, and I thought that it didn't look like it was holding anything, because it had dropped on Friday, and that was one of the early spots I thought maybe it would catch around like 425. and it did not. And so when it broke below, it hit 417. It hit 418, 417. It bounced and it went down to 416 on kind of middle morning Friday. And I said right then on the Discord that I was like, that's kind of probably it. Because, excuse me, because 417 was a triple bottom, and there's not really any chance that that's going to hold if you get a weakness there. Given the momentum of the selling here, and there's a lot in this flush, given that momentum, I think it's pretty obvious that it wasn't going to hold. And so I looked at it as like, okay, well, if it's not holding at 417, I don't really know how I could possibly have hope that it's going to bounce and react up this week beyond just like the off chance that it just does, right? That there's some kind of a massive reversal after what could only be described as like a terminal flush, where it's just this massive dump, and then maybe it reverses. Terminal springs are real things, but this would be a very odd spring if it's a spring. This would imply that this was some kind of like a phase B reaction up, and then we'd have this issue of like the phase B creek, which is not, it's like nonsensical. It'd be like way up here, which is basically like the top of the range. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So I had some people saying that they thought it was going to pump up and then drop back down and then go. And I'm sitting here like, well, like, where is that coming from? Because I don't have in my repertoire, I don't have like a section for coming up here and having like a massive distribution near the top of the range and then somehow like hitting a bottom and then reacting up after making a creek cross, then dumping back below it does not ever signify strength. Even if it were to reverse somehow, like in the off chance that it did, it's like you've got so many problems now, because now you have to go all the way back through to the top, essentially. You got to go from bottom all the way back up. When we came down, this is kind of, I hate to say our one chance. It makes it sound like it's like, it was, but it was, though. I said it was kind of do or die. I was like, you're going to either catch here or you're not. And if you don't catch there, then you're going low. I think a lot of enough people had said sub 4 at that point that I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, there's not really much else there. And where are you going to go after 417? Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing to catch you. This has been built out as a support. It was decently strong, and it turns out that our rally, I think, without going too far, I was kind of hopeful that based on the way the technicals were set up, that wasn't it, that 33%, but that could have been it, I think that was just the after earnings rally up to the top to sell down and get this thing breaking below 4 finally. And they did this morning. It hit like 399. So it's not about personal preference, okay? You already know, like, I already made many claims that are going to be considered wrong at the end of this if it just continues to drop. So that's that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That sucks for me. It sucks for people that like listen, obviously, who want it to do something or who see it and agree with it. Like I said, there's an off chance that it still goes up and meets these targets that we got. There's also a chance that we were just, or I would say I was just wrong. Maybe like this idea of coming up here by the 30th to 615 was just wrong. I mean, and there's no reason to look at this and think that maybe we can look at this and think that, yeah, you were 100% wrong. Someone else might look at it and say, no, Booksy, I think you were fine. I think it just, the dilution stopped it from advancing. And that's all there was to it. Like it would have gone up there or something. I don't know, man. I mean, look, when we drew this out, it was like farther down towards the bottom. We were trying to determine whether or not this was going to creek cross, where it would go. And so we had started looking at those upward targets, and there were a lot of them in the 7s and the 8s. Targets up here, you know, specifically around 6 seemed really logical. And I thought and still think that there would have been plenty of reason to expect us to go up there. If we were going to sell off, maybe we don't need to go that high, but I think we could have. And yeah, you know, I was waiting for that. I got rug pulled just like everybody else. So it's not like I'm sitting here like, oh yeah, you know, tough on you guys. No, it's not pleasant. You know, you take it for what it is. So yeah, where is the double bottom going to come from? We already pushed below 403. Like we pushed to 399 this morning. Where is that double bottom going to happen? Because it hasn't happened. Like, I get the idea that like maybe this is just a sign of weakness and it's still going to kind of quote unquote double bottom. But at this point, I wouldn't have any real expectation that it would do anything except maybe just react back up to this gap at 5 and then dump again. Because I just don't know where would that come from. You've already lost the creek. You've already lost all the creeks. Like there's not a single creek here that's really held. They're just not. Like Friday, it dumped them. It's divergent until it isn't. I mean, I'm on 4 hour right now. All it takes is a little bit more selling down, get down to like 389. This isn't divergent anymore. It's not that far away, you know. I'm not saying it can't bounce here. Like it made a lower low, and then you can see the RSI is positioned upward. But so I don't want to like make it sound like I'm all doom and gloom. Obviously, that's true. And I would be looking at something like a 4 hour divergence very seriously. This has happened again back here. This happened and it was mild, but it was there. And this was right before the big move right here. So I'm a big proponent of read the chart as it is, not as you want it to be. And right now, as it is there a divergence presently? Sure. If it continues to sell off, it's not very far away from completely removing that idea of divergence. It's already pushed to a new low. So yeah, there's divergence there at 399. First thing. Correct. And that's correct, KMK. When you lose the widening, you're going to head down to where it began. So there's only two places that could have happened. One was right here, up at 437, and then that would have implied that you're going to come back down to 403. The other one was a little lower, and that was right there, and that was the Friday drop, and that would have implied that you'd at least come down to 410. I had been voting for 410 for various reasons based on the original drop and support. As they push it down further, and I'm saying they, I don't care. People get all weird about that. They think it's like a conspiracy or something. It's not. It's just simply like institutional trading, shorts, whatever you want to call it. This reactive target doesn't look as hot. So like if you were to drive this back down, even if it reacts, and it may very well still react strongly, now it's only getting you up to like 450 or like 447. Do you see that? Like that shift, I don't want to say it's irreparable, but it is a very detrimental shift for us. So you guys believe whatever you want to believe about whether or not these targets work out. I genuinely think they work out. And when you put it at 410, it's fine. It takes you back up to 460. You put this at 399, and this only takes you up to 447, which is not, that's basically like the center here. It's essentially like a small retracement, you know, of this massive pull down. And then you still have to break out if you're going to go sideways and up here. So there's a lot of problems with that. In being below 460, really being at that 440 level as opposed to above it. So who knows, man? Today might end up being pretty green. But until we get above 460 and hold 440, like, I'm not going to be bullish again. Why not, Booksy? You can't just flip-flop. Yes, I can. Because it's based on criteria, right? Certain criteria needing to be met in order to accomplish bullish means if that criteria goes away, yeah, there's always a chance. Like you guys, some of you guys are out there saying like, there's a chance this, there's a chance that certain things play out. Sure. But read the chart as it is. I mean, even if this were like divergent, and it is for now, again, that could change really fast. So it's not exactly like, we talk about RSI as not really a great leading indicator. It's a good reinforcer. If you're already making a bottom and you're seeing it divergent, that's something. You're crossing a creek and you have a divergence, that's something. But you're in a free fall right now. You're going down, pretty much as fast as you can go. And some of you guys are saying there's low volume on this drop. I don't know where that's coming from. This volume's higher than what we had Friday. It's higher than we had Thursday morning, higher Wednesday, maybe even higher than last Monday. And we're only like, 20 minutes in or something like that. I'm not sure what you guys are looking at, but that volume is pretty steep. Your reaction back up, if it reacts, would be very quick, right? And I think what you're talking about in this idea is that reversal being basically the same as or similar to the downward trajectory. But the problem with trajectory is that trajectory just gives you maybe speed, it doesn't give you distance. So you can't look at that and say it's going to reverse all the way back up. You might be able to look at it and say that, yeah, if it bounces, the expectation would be that probably it gets there pretty quick. So, for example, if it were to bounce all the way back up to the $5 gap, then potentially it could get there by Friday. That's assuming that it actually bounced, right? And that it doesn't like take time, go sideways, and then react, which can happen. Right? There could be a longer standing bottom and then it reacts back up. It's an exit trajectory model. So it's not a V-shaped trajectory, it's an exit trajectory. And there's a difference. Exit meaning when it exits that lower range, which could be a V-shape. That's part of that. It's not mutually exclusive. It could be, but it's not necessarily a V-shaped bottom where it immediately reacts and goes straight up. The other issue with that is that that could just be like the auto reaction move. And that does happen quite a bit where you'll get like an auto reaction back to the upside. You maybe get like a little secondary motion here and then that ends up being the end of it. That's kind of like the trajectory being met and then it kind of beats it into submission into a range. And we don't necessarily see this trajectory again until later on, perhaps when it leaves the range, if it leaves the range. Okay. Again, I'm not being overly bearish just because. I'm being bearish because at this point, all right, there is a very clear drop of both of these ascending kind of widenings. That would lead you back down to the bottom here, and that's happened. We do have a bit of a divergence on RSI. If the chart actually forms a bottom here and bounces, that would stand. But if it doesn't, we don't know yet. That could change very quickly. One more sell-off that's hard enough on this 4-hour, dropping you to 380 or something would probably erase that. I mean, I'm just guessing, but I think it probably would. I don't know for sure it would. There's a lot of issues here, and I think at the end of the day, like, this is kind of the big deal for me. Is like I wouldn't sit here and like BS you guys and say that like, oh, this is normal like behavior for bullish price action. It's just not. And you might say, well, you know, the M shape is normal and coming back down is normal. It is. But breaking below your established creek levels is not normal. Like, that's not a normal bullish price action maneuver. And I think the steepest one we have, again, and this really happened on Friday, not today. So if you're like kind of like, wait, what's going on? We broke down today? I mean, no, we lost it on Friday. It dropped below and just sat there. And when it lost 417, and it looked like I had said maybe 410, but you know, what I told everybody in the Discord group was like, I'm just kind of burned out on it. I did not want to stream on a flat day where nothing was moving. When the drop happened in the morning, you're just kind of like, well, that's that. It's just sitting there. So I just didn't feel like that was a worthy use of time. And I had other things to do, a lot of things to do. You know, it's holiday season, so there's plenty of stuff to do. And I'm just like you guys, you know, I got a lot of other things. I do dishes and vacuum and do laundry and all this other junk. Like, he's just like us. I mean, there's just always like a million things to do, right? So I'm like, why would I stream when I'm like clearly I was kind of grumpy about it, didn't have good morning with it, and I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. All right, so this is maybe the last place, if you want to call it a creek. I said it broke all the creeks. You lied. Well, here's the problem with this one, okay? So this yellow line coming down is not my favorite creek. You guys already know that. I already think the red one is way more important because, frankly, it's the majority creek, right? It's the one that really represents, I think, where you've been selling off. So this kind of red creek that I'm pointing my mouse at right now, which started on June 6th, and then you could draw it all the way through like the 16th, those 2 points where it dropped down. You can see the distribution candles. There's no candles that close above it. So there's no candles that close above that line, and I find that to mean that that's kind of like the main creek, in my opinion. It's close, if not, it's not perfect, but it's close to that huge downward channel that we haven't really used in a minute, but that comes back from 2020. We might want to pull that back out today and just see where it lands here. I want to say that I'm gonna just kind of guess because I don't have it on the screen, but I want to say it goes. It's not on the screen right now, but I'm gonna doodle it. I think it goes like this way, like slightly. So it's a little bit like lower. It's kind of like almost like a pivot around that 16th point. And all of these are kind of being used right now as supply. So this one would have been dropped as supply. I'll make it green. Again, this is kind of an eyeball for it, but that's roughly where it lied. I remember it was kind of like lower. And then this looks like it's kind of pushing down beneath it. And then I remember because it was a big deal, it broke above it right here. And then you can see that multicolored kind of pivot around the 16th. Makes a lot of sense. Now you're seeing it kind of play out on each of those levels, like 1, 2, 3. So you can see the hook here. You can see the drop here. And now you're here at the bottom. So this is kind of the last straw for me. At this point, your next creek up would be like, and there's not a pivot to the upside, it would be way down here. I mean, or maybe this one. You can kind of just do a fan to the next support. But who really wants that? I mean, at that point, you're basically down at like 370s. And it's like, you're basically way below the range at that point. Like, why not just go down and go ahead and get to the 350s area, you know, where we really haven't tested or retested this top since we left. Why bother stopping here and then reversing, you know? It's just sort of a question of like, pragmatically, I don't know why you would break here unless you were planning on like coming down lower. And then you'd have a whole nother set of questions about whether this ever reacts back above, you know, like 430, for example. It seemed pretty easy at that point if you were that low. Even if you did have a big reaction into December, that it could pretty pretty simply just kind of stopped short at like 430, you know, just a big hook, and then started all over again, so on and so forth. And this is where, when we remember when we talked about like what Stockfather had been saying about LSPYs, that's kind of that model right there of like, you're kind of just doing it all over again. You know, you would have like another potential bottom, maybe it reacts really strongly, but then if it continues to distribute, you're really just coming back up here to sell back at the floor that used to be support, and then it turns into supply. So again, I know that there's not like no hope whatsoever, but at this point, I don't really feel like there's much reason to talk about upside unless it gets back up to this little green pocket around like 460. And you can see why. It's pretty straightforward. You got to reverse all that junk, and yeah, otherwise I don't really see where it's going to go other than down. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. And we knew this was a possibility. I didn't like it as a possibility. Obviously, we had a ton of other indication that we may go back to the upside. We may still go back to the upside, you know, but it may not be the way that we thought it was going to be. You know, I've done this before where I've like made a chart and then it doesn't work out, and I kind of leave it alone for a while, and I'm like, it didn't work out. And then later you're hitting that target anyways, but you took some wildly different route to get there. And I go back and I'm like, oh, well, I guess it was right, but my interpretation wasn't right. We don't know. You know, that's kind of the mystery of, I would say it's fundamental analysis mixed with TA, but there's a sense of like unknowns. Like we wouldn't have known that they were going to dilute up there necessarily. I mean, there were indications that they would around 560s. They didn't quite get there. So, well, Dr. Peter Venkman, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's like that's the end of AMC. You know, when we looked at this big picture, I had one scenario that looks a lot like what we're experiencing right now. Okay, I had no scenario where we came up here, dropped, and then came back up. Again, could it happen? I guess. What I would look for again is some kind of a move back above 460, and then it would have to hold. Okay, but at this point, there was only one scenario, and it was a weird off day. It was when we were doing, I want to say it was when we were doing, it was like after we were starting to talk about 6 and we started doing these S curves. There was a scenario where it only came up to like 550 to 560. And some of you might remember it. Most of you probably won't. But I remember it because I was thinking like that's really low, and it's a very unusual number because it felt like a really bizarre. It was like 565 or something like that. It was some really strange number, and it had to do with like the lowest possible, and like you can see it now, it's this yellow arc going up, but it had to do with some of the lower S curves. And I was like, well, it seems possible, but it doesn't seem to accomplish certain things. And what I determined from that was like, essentially what it is it's a giant cat ear, right? That's just not going very far. And I know I talk about like cat ears and stuff, like it's some kind of dogma. It's not that complicated, right? Like you have a big rise above a level, and I'm just gonna like doodle it here. And then you've got like the smaller cat ear, which would represent like a middle, right? And so this is what our interpretation has been all about. Like 100% of the time, this is what I've been trying to like determine was where, when this comes back up, would it go? That's it. Like there's really been no other objective in my mind in the last 6 months. Okay. And there was one kind of really shallow, and I hate to draw it like this because it makes it seem like it's so obvious. You know, why would you think it would go any farther? Well, it wasn't that obvious because when you look at the actual chart, it wasn't like clear at all. Like if you look at the actual chart, there's a number of different intersections And none of them really give you the line that we ended up hitting. So it's like, well, how the heck would you have known? I don't know, you know. But this was the idea, was that you could potentially come down and just have like a really shallow hook that fails to advance. And all it would need to do in order to distribute, and this is where I've got it drawn kind of wrong. This was, again, only like a very small portion of like our ideas. But essentially it was like all it would need to do to distribute would be to come above this creek. Well, that's not high enough, Booksy. That doesn't look right. No, it doesn't look right, you know? When you look at the main reaction here from the bottom, it doesn't look right. It feels like a reaction that would deserve a secondary action that's much higher, like a secondary move up that would go much higher. Absolutely. 100%. That's still what I would think. If I went back and looked at this 100 times, I probably would come to the same conclusion, that I don't think it's going to go that low. But in theory, has it happened like that on smaller time frames, you know, on more mild moves? Yeah. Usually it's like really mild. You know, usually it's like, oh, this barely came up, and then you get like a little push up that comes a bit too high, you know, over this top, and then it drops or whatever. And that's like the hook action. Where has that happened before? There's like dozens of examples on like small time frames. You know, like here's one back here where it's like, oh, you can see right here, it pushed up, dropped low, and then it pushes up again. And this is back on like December 14th of last year. It's a really small, tiny example, but this was already down low. It's a mild one, but you get what I'm saying. These M crosses are really significant, because if you don't come back above that level and hold it, usually it's a signal of breakdown. So like this happens all over the place in the market. It's not just AMC either. But this would have been an example of like, oh, so it tried to advance back here. It makes a higher push. You know, it comes up pretty far, and then it still dumps below, and then ends up hooking beneath that creek, and then it dumps. And we had talked about this anyways, because we talked about how this is pretty much the same thing that happens no matter where you are, on what scale. If it drops the creek after advancing, it doesn't tend to be very good. So like another example would be back here where this comes up higher. This is a different example, but it's a good one, because as soon as it dropped this creek, which happened in like this after hours move right on the 9th of November, you're kind of like going to ship it back towards the next creek, which is really low. And at that point, it's like, well, where does it go? It goes down far, right? And then you continue on that line of thinking, and you use like other trajectories and junk, and you'll find that this actually ends up being a pretty succinct, if you go like to the majority trajectory here, this ends up being a pretty succinct like rejection of this level, and then a hook, and then a drop. Because this is the bear path in the beginning, right? Like where do the bears want to go? They want to go this way, right? And then they end up meeting that goal later. So when you look at this like big picture, this might look a little bit like odd, like, well, you said it was going to come up and then it maybe breaks high and all this stuff. Yeah, because there's a couple other principles that are there. If the bulls get their momentum going, then usually this ends up being the higher target, and you get that push, the one that goes between the ears. And we already know why, because this is where you have support, right? And then it hooks beneath, and you have resistance. So this becomes like a bull trajectory potentially for the future. How do you know which is which? It's not that complicated, you know. It's pretty simple. So the problem here is like, it's a matter of like picking the right one, and then your interpretation of what you think on the big picture is going to happen. And ultimately, like, I picked the wrong one. If this doesn't go up to those top targets, which is what I thought, and it only went up to 550s, I picked the wrong one. My idea about what was most probable was wrong. Again, why did I pick it? Well, a lot of it was based on just the fact that this initial move went so ridiculously high. So my expectation was that for some reason, there's a ton of, I mean, I would say not for some reason, but you know, that there would be a ton of potential, and it doesn't have to be like a perfect channel or anything, but that there was a lot of potential that this would be a bigger push here and not just like weekly push up there and then die off, you know. So this is a very difficult pill to swallow because you're like, well, it just didn't make the cross books. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, pretty much. You know, and again, I look at this and I'm thinking like in my head, it was right there. And I've talked about why I think that they diluted where they did the offering where they did. But I think that at the end of the day, like, it was in a really bad spot. Like, it was in a good spot for liquidity. It was in a bad spot for us from a technical standpoint, like on that move, which is kind of what I've been arguing. Like, you want to do it above the liquidity shelf here and absorb it all, but you don't want to kill a move, which is what happened. And it's hard for me to look at this and think otherwise. Like this ends up reading like a giant hook. I think it could have managed like a pullback to 460 pretty easily. I had already argued that it was going to come back to 460. That wasn't a problem for me. Like coming back here would have made sense to me because you're kind of doing a slingshot motion around this main trajectory. And so that makes perfect sense to me. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense that would happen, which is why I was thinking like it could technically be part of the setup that just hasn't played out yet, which is why I was like sitting there saying to people like, oh, well, I think it could potentially still go back. That's my only real defense of it, is that this already looked like something I would have expected right here. And that's it. Like I have no other defense of why I said what I said, except that looked like it was already necessary. But do you see why that's different? Like this would be a higher high, or excuse me, a higher low. This would have been a pullback to this creek, filling the gap. It would have been kind of just a whip around, like a 50-50 whip of this S-curve motion. Like everything about that could have been, I think, very bullish. And we could talk about determinism in the market and whether or not this was pre-planned or whatever. But to me, like that would have been the simplest bull move and it would have made the most sense. And I still think to this day that seemed the most likely to me, right? Before we had the offering, I would have thought it would have come up and then pulled back and then done it again. And then that would have been the end of it. And then it would have been finished, you know, somewhere up here. And we would have been like, okay, instead of sitting at $3.99 right now, we'd probably be likely up here around 460s, still holding support. We wouldn't have been like flying to the moon just yet. You know, the timing for it was fairly obvious, which was going into December 30th and perhaps not really exiting here till the 18th. This is different than this. So what has happened here is that instead of holding onto those higher creek crosses that we really were brutally crossing over here in these massive swings, instead of doing that, which, you know, we should have known. I've said before, I'll say it again, high volatility, high volume doesn't really work as well with accumulation. It doesn't make a lot of sense unless it's distribution. But I kind of put it in the light of like, well, there's technically a bottom and this was technically a top. There's a reversal, blah, 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 blah. And you're crossing this creek, so who cares as long as you get across the creek? And then we did, but we did not make that retracement. So that to me is a big deal. That's not a complicated idea here, you know. It's sort of just like taking this into perspective of like, well, all you're really asking for is support here and then a pushback above, which is a lot to ask for, I guess, because AMC very rarely does what it needs to do for bulls. It just doesn't happen very often. It's like once in a blue moon, you know, we get these big breakouts, and it just doesn't happen very often. So what about the idea that people are saying right now that this is some kind of a secondary bottom? Well, I'm going to immediately just say I don't necessarily agree with that, because, again, I'm just going to be brutally honest. 9 times out of 10, if this happens and you go 90, I would say like 95% of the time when this happens, what's typically going on is that it's already kind of failed to advance. So like the attempt to move forward did not yield success, because if you got to think about it, if bears are able to drive the price back down through the creek that we, again, spend a lot of time trying to break, months and months and months and months and months and months and months, and then we break it but we can't hold it, then it just kind of reads as a distributive action. Either it was shorts covering and allowing bulls to think that it's going to go up, right? Even though it's doing it on weakness and not on strength. It's doing it on sellers covering, not on buyers buying. How else would you explain why there's suddenly like no stopping power at all? You guys are like, well, dilution, that's why. Well, maybe. But I mean, you also have the idea of just simple mechanics of the market. Like, this is a problem. This idea of like, I'm advancing, but then no, I'm not. I mean, that's distribution 101. So to me, it's not like a puzzle at this point. It's kind of just, it is what it is. And there's no way out unless you can come back above the creek. So there's a question about, well, could it be that this is like going to make an actual spring and then jump above and yada, yada, yada. I'll say this again. Had this positioned itself considerably lower and it had just advanced just barely over the creek, I'd say it's a possibility. Meaning, like, at this point, if I thought that was a possibility, I would tell you. I don't see it on our current chart, but what this would look like would be, again, I'm doodling over here because I think it's easier to see it without all the other noise. What this would look like would be get rid of that. It would be like a false advancement, but it didn't come too high, so it never tested the top. That's like one of those situations. It does happen. It's just, again, it's kind of rare. And then if it came back low, you would maybe say this could be a phase B bottom right here that occurred right before the push up, and then this is just a push up to check the creek, and then it drives low for liquidity and you do like a big spring motion. And then this ultimately is how you kind of 50-50, if you will. I like to use that term, but this is what it would look like, is basically you do like a whip around there. That would put you above both the original creek, which is the kind of like lower, right, which was lost, and the higher creek, which would have been established by this top here. So why is that not possible right now, Booksy? You know, you just said like that could happen. Yeah, it does happen. In fact, I would say almost all accumulations end like that. You know, if it's got a spring, that's a pretty simple Wyckoff situation. Long phase B followed by a bottom, then you get a push up, then you get a dump, and then you get the spring. Why can't that be the case here? I wouldn't say it can't be, but the issue is that look how high we came, and we basically went all the way above all the reaction on this wave. So the problem is that we didn't go low like I'm suggesting we do here. We went way up high, right? So that's one issue, is we went really, really far up. The second issue is that as a result, that causes the next creek to be super, super high. Like, I could make a case that maybe this happens, but again, it's like, where the heck would you have to go to make that confirm? It's like 520. I mean, you have to be way up here to confirm it. If it hit it maybe later, you could maybe say 5, you know, perhaps, like right there. I guess you could make an argument like, oh, I think it is a spring, and then it's going to react and go above 5, and then that's going to be above the creek. Okay, maybe. What's wrong with saying that, Booksy? I mean, aside from the fact that we're like really far away and we've dropped the creeks, that's already a 27% move. So at that point, you're basically saying that you think it's going to have a huge move in order to have another huge move. Is a lot. Not impossible, it's just a lot. So it's not me being like bearish for no reason. Like on Friday, like I said, this dropped. I didn't want to stream it. I was burned out. I was ready to do other things on Friday. And frankly, I kind of got ticked off at AMC, and I was like, I'm just kind of getting frustrated with this because there's no stopping power. You can't do anything, even if you're good at doing TA, you can't do anything if there's no stopping power. You could see every bottom conceivable, but there's no stopping power. You're not going, where you want to go. So there we go. We're dropping again. Divergence is slowly being eked down on the 4 hour. It's still slightly divergent, but dropping 4.0 whatever, 4.03, that's a signal to sellers anyways. No, I say the same thing, but there's no, guys, there's no like, that doesn't mean you're going to turn around. And I don't know what the deal is with people separating the past from the present in terms of like the recent past, but just a year ago in January, we were right here, and you can see there's a divergence on the RSI, but look how oversold it got. This is like 12.5 on the 4 hour. And even during this, it actually got oversold before then quite a bit on November, November 20th. Right? It was up here at like $6, and then it just stayed below the 50, and then it got oversold again. It went from $6 all the way down to $3.50 before it turned, and this is during a divergence, by the way, on the bottom. It still dropped, so it's incredible because it's like that dropped really far, but then there's also like another 11% drop while the RSI is turning around, and then you think, oh, it's done. No, and then then it goes up. It doesn't even barely move anywhere before it gets overbought. It has like a 30% reaction here, and then it just sits there for months until they drop it again, and then it goes down even farther. And then you finally get like a massive 4 hour divergence on this bottom. But guess what? What did that cost it? From bottom to bottom, that's a ridiculously low push. That's 33% drop. So even after the 4 hour, which is a decent time frame, I mean, it's about as low as you can go before it becomes like what we call like short term. I maybe argue maybe 2 hour could be used, but this is 14, and it hits again later at like 15.5 on the RSI, which is really low. It's way below what would be considered oversold at 30. It does it twice, and it still managed to drop 33%. And I hate to say it because it's like being a bearer of bad news, but you got to look at the big picture here. Like during a sell down period, like during distributive action, as the stock's being worked its way down, how many times did this thing drop below 30? 1, 2, this would be 1, 2, stayed below 3, 4, 5 times. And during that time period, it went down 76%. Stockfather had us going to 225, but thought we had to change a character to the upside. That was before dilution. Not sure now. Well, so I can't speak on his behalf. I didn't hear it all. I thought he thought we were going to be bearish. He had called out 225 or whatever. That makes sense. I think we're going to go to 226. Remember we talked about the percentage It's 226%, which means that essentially $2.26 right now is equal to $1 back in the day. And that offends so many people, but that's the case. I mean, it is what it is. That's the math behind it. I think 226 is the target. I think they're trying to take it to quote unquote $1, which is actually like 226 now. As it relates to the previous ranges and the previous market cap values, that to me is true. Okay? I say to me because I did the math for it. I spent a lot of time on it. I think that's the case. So I would definitely agree that eventually going to 226 or 225 would make sense. So he had said that he thought this was an LSPY. So he had charted it back here, and he was saying that he thought it was going to start dropping and head down like this. Okay? And the reason he was saying that, I agreed, was that if you're in a distribution and this was a distributive top, then you're going to end up failing to jump the creek. You might push it a little bit, but you're going to fail to jump it, and then you're going to just start doing what we call last points of supply, which is just bear flags, accelerated downward. That was his thesis. I agreed that from a bearish standpoint, that is exactly what you would probably see if that ends up becoming bearish. I also said quite distinctly that I disagreed with him, that we weren't done with the move, and that we were going to make the creek cross, though I didn't think it would happen like this, like the crazy speed at which it happened, and that we would start heading back up, and then we would potentially go up to 6 and then even beyond that if we got the larger extensions, because those targets are there, in my opinion, right? There was a strong likelihood in my book that we were going to go up to near 7s at least because of the setup. Okay, that wasn't to say we were in disagreement though, because I'd already said previously, and I want to make this very clear. And I think you all know, you're obviously, if you're here, you've been here for a little bit, you've probably been paying attention, hopefully. I had already made a case that I thought that was still distribution, like that. I just thought this was a much greater distributive top. So he would say change of character in that it jumped the creek, it's starting to advance again. That was my expectation, was that it was going to jump the creek and start to advance, and that it wasn't actually an LSPY. It was like a bear trap down here to make it look like a bear flag, and that it was actually going to jump and then start advancing back up. But that's midterm. That's like medium term, like only until about the end of the month, maybe going into January, and then with some weird offshoot possibilities that even going into March, you could have like kind of extend upward, but still have it come back down to get to the 2s later. And I get the feeling, again, looking back at all this, if we look at this later, even if it doesn't do anything else right now, it just drops, we're still going to go back and look at this and consider this what we expected in the beginning, because that was the expectation, was that it was going to jump this creek eventually, have a run up. No, Booksy, you were not right about how far it went, period. But the expectation of it's going to jump this creek and have a run up and then potentially come back down, whether that happens here or here or here, it doesn't really make a huge difference in terms of liquidity grabs, because you can accomplish the same thing with slightly different paths taken, right? It's kind of like the game Snake or something, in Snake, you go around, you eat the pellets. There's probably better examples, but it's an old school game. Most people have experienced it at least once in their life. So you go around and you eat the pellets, maybe Pac-Man, same deal. And those pellets are like spread out here. Like there was definitely pellets up here, in my opinion, from about $6 to $7, and then potentially even this little gap between, and we had talked about 869, this around kind of circumnavigating 750. That has to do with liquidity gaps. You can see it on the chart. So there's definitely like liquidity gap there, and a lot of those targets therefore make sense. Like, okay, well, there's clearly like a lack of trading that's happened in this range, and then you've got the same thing going on down below, specifically between about 350 and 4, with a possibility that if you're going to spring, you're going to ultimately come down below and trade 250 to 280. So you've got like 3 zones here that are largely untraded. They have little pellets, if you will. Now you're determining as a trader like what's most likely to happen in terms of getting from A to B to C. The reason I made a case that, a lot of people disagreed with the idea that 869 was the top. Like, the reason I made that case was because of liquidity needs and like where you maybe need to go for liquidity purposes. The idea of whipping around liquid center in order to get to lows is very important, and like it happens all the time in our market. So like there's a sense of continuity there to hit like 869 and then potentially flush all the way back through and then go to lows. There's a sense of repetition there, like this has happened before. This was similar to what happened in 2020. It's similar in some ways to what happened in 2022 and 2021. The other little examples are not as big, the smaller examples we looked at. Even though the second 2 examples are distributive and the first one is accumulative, they both have a similar way of navigating a potential bottom, which is a wave, and then low, right? So to make it even simpler, it's like they generated for us. We didn't pick these levels, This is largely just like big money. They generated for us like these levels in the beginning, right around 485 and all that stuff. And they're based on, as we found, they're based on the liquid bottom from over here. So you look at those ranges and you look at the liquidity centers from where we are currently, and it's kind of obvious, like they're the same kind of liquid gaps that we had in 2020 here, right? I mean, there's not really a lot of diversity in the patterning, if you will. Like the goals have been the same. It's more just at which point, what order do you hit them? Anyways, that makes it sound like it'd be super simple to solve the problem, right? But there's a lot of unknown variables, like lurking variables as we call them, which are things that impact that you don't necessarily know. Like what could be dilution. We said that before. I mean, I've said it a number of times. We could just pump up and then get diluted. You say it offhandedly, almost as a joke, knowing in the back of your head that could happen. And then, like, it could happen. And then there's other things, like we don't know from a lurking variable standpoint what institutions' goals are. You don't necessarily know exactly what the goal is in mind for Vanguard. When they have shares, are they really just trying to bring it back down to the bottom at this point because they've got enough shares they can sell them off still for profit? We don't know what their we have no idea what these institutions' averages are, and even if you buy like the premium Fintel information, that's not going to give you everything. It's just not. They're going to conceal their positions, and what they don't want people to know that they have an average of 350 or something like that. Why would that be good for them to let anyone know? So there's a lot of those things that like you just kind of look at and you're like, yeah, I don't really know. I'm not really sure what the criteria should be for that, right? For making those decisions, it's just purely got to be either technical or interpretive, and interpretive is going to be wrong at times. So I put snake on every phone I have. Yeah. So another way to kind of look at this, and I'm going to delete this now over here because I just don't want the extra stuff on there. Another way to look at this may be even more simply, and I will check GME. Some people asked about it. I don't have a lot of thoughts about GME right now. It kind of went to where I thought it was going to go, and honestly, at this point, it's got gap fill written on it, so I don't think it quite filled the gap. It dropped this trend, and it's kind of chilling out. It looks really close to what I drew here, but what this was like if it distributes, right? So we had talked about if it bounced back above, GME had bounced back above 3010, it would have to kind of react here and then make a higher high and then come back to 3010. So I said this is probably what that would look like if it takes a path of bullishness. And then I had a drawing off to the side. This would have been Thursday, that if it fails, you're going to hook right here and then drop down. And it looks like that's what happened. It didn't end up making another advancement Thursday afternoon. And then by Friday, it had already kind of broken down. It had already come beneath the floor. So it had already come beneath 28.72. So this then generates what we would call like a hook. It's basically just a backup to go back and check the supply, which used to be support. Now it's advanced the other way. And then you can see the rest of it. It's history. On Friday, it just kind of chopped back down again to the bottom here at 27.90. I didn't find that to be as egregious as what we see on AMC, because for GME, it could be in a situation where, yeah, maybe it's forming a bit of a, like we were calling it an LSPY, but maybe this is more like a bear flag, where this could be like a double M that didn't cross. It's going to hook up and then dump. That's certainly possible. And at this point, we've already mentioned that this would be like a head and shoulder, potentially. So if it drops the head and shoulder line, it goes back down to 24. That still stands as a possibility. I don't think that head and shoulder would have any different of a target. There's a low creek check. And actually, you know, I kind of had it off to the side, but it may be like over here because this is wider. I was probably looking at that first advancement. Anyways, there was a lot of straightforward stuff on GME. I felt like it was a lot simpler to read. Like, it seemed like it would go right back to 27.50. The gap level's there. There's a liquidity shelf there. If it failed, it's going to come back right here. If this breaks down, what it would probably look like, again, is maybe like a gap fill with a hook. And then you would continue down through this floor here at 26.52 in order to continue lower. And that could take days. So that, again, that's not a now kind of thing. It's just a if kind of thing, if then. In order to advance, much like AMC, it's got to come all the way back up and get back above. I mean, it has to come all the way back above, frankly, like 31. I mean, it's sort of the same thing we already drew over here. It's just to the right. Because it has to re-jump, or I would even say it didn't even really jump it. It has to jump this creek. And then, yeah, there's a lot of if-then statements here. If it jumped the creek, then it has to make support on it somehow. Then it has to go up and do the same thing we were expecting to do over here, but do it in a much more kind of rapid-fire way. And some of you guys will remember that we did the reversal on this. We did the, what I'm calling like a rotational symmetry on it. And, you know, I had this for a little while, like as a possibility that this could be the top. This is an older chart on the left. It's not what I want to have happen. I want you guys to know that. I don't want this to just like kind of crap out here and then just start heading back down. But the truth is that there's a long way down if it starts dropping, because there's a huge amount of space between where we are and where that main trend cross, if you will, the main creek body is, which is far. You know, huge amount of space. This is a weekly chart, but you can see like that's a problem. If it doesn't hold here, it's going to go down low. And the issue is like that 24 has been acting like such a strong support. So right now, like I'm most concerned about that, not necessarily anything else. I have this just kind of dropping through it, but it would have to break through 24 first. And then this is a very, very low creek, which is the one we spent the last 6 months building before we jumped it in October for GME. That goes far down. And I can't stress enough how this is starting to look more like what I was expecting on AMC. If you kind of glance at it and you look at it, you're like, sure, man, that kind of looks like what we were just talking about. It does. part of me thinks it's only like halfway there. It's going to make another double, second advance. Another part of me is like, well, does that really even matter? Because it still would be in distribution mode, potentially, if it doesn't advance far enough. There's a lot of interesting questions here for GME. Yeah, GME still has the appearance that it could potentially be on like a halfway point and go up farther. But like we've talked about previously, there's a lot of if-then statements, which I don't find to be very easy to ignore. So one of the things was like, this could be a rotational symmetry, and if it is, then it really doesn't need to go farther than like 40, as opposed to kind of a larger chart view of this where it really looks like it could be like halfway and still need to break all the way up to like 45, near 50 perhaps. What would happen if AMC hits 227? That's a good question, a really good question. I like that question. I'll tell you what I think is going to happen based on the setup. So I'm flipping back and forth. Let me just finish the thought on GME. So like, this is a pretty important area. Breaking above right now, basically like 29.64 or something like that. I'm going to put a marker here. It's where the last little drop off was, or close to it. Actually, let's drop it down to like right on that. It's like 29.25. That's going to be a really important advancement if GME makes that advancement. And if it doesn't make that advancement right now, then it's still in like kind of a distribution mode. We're just kind of waiting it out to see. Wind up, unwinding. If the unwinding finishes without a breakdown, we've got a 1-2 over here, a 1-2-1 here. So there's like a 1-2-3, and then we've got on the other side a 1-2-3. If it can hold this without breaking down and maybe just fill the gap without going below these necklines, which are down here at like 26.50, I think it's just going to go up again. I really do. I think it's just going to advance again. And this is where we could see some really serious kind of fireworks, so to speak, back to the upside. But we're not there yet. We'll see. I'm going to put that marker there because if it happens, I want to know. But you can see the problem with GME being that like if it cannot advance right here, look at this level historically at like 30. This is a sell zone for a lot of the stock's history. So in the last 3 years, I mean, it's been a sell zone for that long. So this is clearly where we were trying to knock it down. The sellers were trying to knock it below 30 and kind of pin it underneath 24. It got a second wind here because it crossed the creek underneath 24, and then it pushed up again above. Now it's back at that 30 mark, the same place that was just sold down to in July. So the whole push up here, if you want to just simplify it, I would just be like, oh, it went up, and then it basically just like hooks beneath. There's two hooks, right? But there's a main hook right here beneath 30. So it's pretty clear. It's pretty obvious, I think, where that's coming from as a supply zone. Okay. We're not there yet, and I'm not going to say that it's definitely going to happen right this second. That's silly. But the idea was that as you drop back down, it's sort of like the 2020 area in that regard. I think that it is. I think that this is a big auto reaction. Not really sure what to make of the rest of it in terms of like a phase B bottom or what have you. But you would look at it, I think, from that perspective. So you would take this as the top to be beaten. And there's a line here. It may be a little less hard and fast, but that's essentially where it is. Yeah, so you would expect it to come down, and then eventually if it breaks above this marker, then it would take off. Most of the models that I had drawn out for this implied that that probably wouldn't happen. Like you would get a gap fill and then maybe rise into March. These were some of the ones that I did early on that I don't have maybe fresh charts for. So you would basically come down and gap fill and then maybe get a rise into March back to 4 for earnings, and then probably dump again, most likely, and head down towards the 2s. And that's the point at which you may have some speculation about, well, how does that happen? I think it would take some time. And then you basically go down, and this is what I had thought, maybe I should say originally, but this is kind of like the end result, not necessarily what I thought was going to happen here. Obviously, that didn't, that's not what I thought was going to happen right now, only coming up to 550s. But like the end result was always kind of this, where you'd probably come down and bounce out here, trade from 350 to 4, and then distribute down to the lows, and then finally get to the bottom and trade this bottom area. And then sometime around perhaps June going into July, you would break out here and then just take off. Why do I think that's going to happen? Really, that has more to do with like the major wave measurements. So that's essentially like a double bottom, but it's also like a spring bottom. So you would get like a spring over here down to like 226. There were a lot of long-term chart indications that that would happen. So one of them was the bottom from March, or excuse me, from the 2020 March drop. This was the one that I said I hadn't really been using lately. I said it earlier. If you've done it right, it goes back to the original opening price back here, the opening low of AMC. That waveform is significant because, or excuse me, that not wave. It's significant because when we broke down in February 2020, and we broke out in February 2021. That's the line that's met, and it's ultimately like used throughout. There's multiple instances of it, there's trajectories, and when we go to the current time frame, that's what we're seeing presently, is that this is being utilized in our current time frame as well as both the hook in a similar fashion to 2020, and then also the middle support here, which have been sitting around for a long time. Well, in the original kind of 2020 bottom, and there's not really another way to kind of prove this, it just sort of is what it is. As a comparison, if you go to the gap, top of the gap here, when it gapped up, when this comes back down, that is ultimately like what's checked. And there's other measurements to get there in terms of 50-50 turns on these waves, so on and so forth. That is the same level that we gapped up here. It's the exact same. It's the same exact spot in the present time frame. So the expectation would be that potentially, I mean, if it were just like a coordinated effort to get there as fast as possible as the crow flies, that you probably could get there by March. I've got it going up into March and then coming back down. But in theory, like, I mean, it could happen, I guess. But in theory, it would be like super fast. Then why did you think it was going to go up, Booksy? It has to go so far down. Because the 50-50 doesn't measure correctly if you don't go up first. What's do with you in 50-50s? It's always to be 50-50. It doesn't. I wish there was a better way to explain this, but if you don't go up, you don't generate a high steep creek. So the creek is really flat and shallow right now, which implies that this doesn't really make a lot of sense. It would be like timed really slow. Back in 2020, it went up high enough that when it came back down, it generates like a really steep creek move here. And then once it crosses, yeah, it's up there. It does kind of reach for it really fast. I guess you could say that. You know, when it jumped up, it moved pretty quick to the upside after the January build out. Boom, right? Immediately back to like the middle of this trend. But this creek builds so high because it goes up, and then it builds really steep. So the issue, I guess, with what I'm saying right now is that it almost doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of like it's not steep enough, and then this top doesn't come up very high. So yeah, we'd have to see something work out like this, maybe to the side, I don't know, so that we'd have some kind of a generated move. It's confusing. Anyways, we'd have to see it build out sideways a little bit so that we could see that steepness and then have like the cross here, so on and so forth. But then the bigger problem is like, well, then when the heck does it take off? It looks like it takes off in April. Okay. Well, is that a problem, Looksy? Well, if it's only going to go up to $9 or something, maybe that's not a problem. You know, if we hit 226 and then bounce and in March, late March, we just take off to the upside, maybe this is where we're going to go. You know, I've got this really low, it's hard to see anything on this chart right now. I'm getting kind of irritated with my own chart. Hang on. So there's two waves that I'm most concerned about. I'm going to pick out a different chart because the other one's kind of bothering me right now. And this already has the downward trajectories, so this will make it easier for me anyways to do. So again, very similar ideas right here in terms of like a bounce and then a reaction down as opposed to going up first. And then we've got, I mean, still long term, this still makes more sense to me. It just looks right. It's like a reversal. But then the issue is, why after immediately moving here, wouldn't it just like go back up? Why would it go back up that quick? No, it's not, but okay. Guys, this would have been said, the same thing would have been said last time about this drop down. People would have been up here, it would have been bleeding out, and they've been like, we're screwed. And ultimately, that's right before the biggest move in the history of this stock. So I think the idea of coming back down frustrates people because they don't want to do it, and I get it. I don't want to do it either, but there's no, it's not like fatalistic to say that happens. It's very similar to 2020 bottom. There's no reason to be overly pessimistic or fatalistic if it drops low again. Every other few days on here, someone will come on and say, maybe a week, every once a week or something, maybe. Somebody comes and they say to me, hey, you can't possibly believe we're going to go that low. It's not going to happen. Or they'll say, AMC is never going to go that low because of fundamental value. Okay, well, it already was that low, first of all. Like, this is not that far away from us, guys. This was this year still. This is back in April. We were down here at like 230s. In reality, when you look at this big picture, it looks like a giant jump over a creek that's just never checked. You know, like that's not that complicated. So there's no reason to like sit there and be like, oh no, woe is me, it's going to be horrible. When, I'm sorry, but like from the get-go, this has been a very, very obvious, difficult move, you know, in terms of like justifying why you would not come back down here, to me, has always been like a really challenging task for the bull, not the bear. Do you guys not see how low that creek is and how there's no check here at all? I think the bull argument has been for a while that this is the floor, that 4 is the floor. So the argument has been that like we really made this dip and then it's a breakaway gap and then the floor is actually 4. But the truth is that's not quite accurate either. What happened is that we actually made a sign of weakness early on. We busted the floor on very low volume. And then we drive the price back down. That was your indication right here in February that it was going to go back down. And I said as much. I said it would probably go down. And then, frankly, I had said 250s like earlier in the year. And then I said mid to low 3s would probably find a bottom, which is where it happened. You know, at that time, people were saying it was going to drop to sub $2. I didn't agree with that. I didn't think it needed to. It was kind of straightforward. Like, that's where it's going to go. It was up here. It was dangling above. It looked like it's going to drop down. Okay. There were also a series of creek crosses that were not met. And I remember going back here and doing I called it like a shrinking, but it really was just an acceleration of creeks. I went back and I remember doing like an acceleration of creeks and how there was a target down low that was being built out, right? Because bears were essentially saying we're not done yet with downside. So you have multiple creek crosses right here within the distribution, right, that tell you like you're going to go low, okay? So my issue was saying that like this was just a sort of a spur of the moment drop below of the floor and then it rips back above and it's never going to go back below again. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I buy that. It's a very calculated move that was frankly determined pretty early on during this distribution cycle here that it was going to try to go below 4. Then they don't trade that much down there. They have this huge breakaway and now we're kind of floating. And it's like, well, who's to say that we can't go down now, you know, based on this creek alone, you know, like this is just so simple to me. You jumped over this really steep trend now that was generated because of that silly upside, 300% upside. And it's like, yeah, there's a pretty substantial triangulation gap right here. You know, from where this was to where this is, it's a massive disconnect. So I just look at this and I'm like, I don't see that as, you know, we're effed or we're screwed or whatever folks are saying. It's like, it's just there. You just haven't made the back test for it yet. So for us to come back down after trying to advance this way, okay, so that move doesn't make sense to people all of a sudden. And I'm like, I don't know how that doesn't make sense. We never checked any of this stuff. And then if you go even further, and I don't like this one as much because I think it's a little bit dicey. But if you go a step further, you can look at this as a sign of weakness as well. And I don't particularly love this argument here because I think it's a bit steep. But you could have looked at this early on and said, I think it's going to, just like we did here, you could look at that and say, I think it's going to drop down low. This could present it actually going to like $1, you know, if you were to just triangulate that. That's where it goes. So like, there's definitely a possibility here that this turns around and goes the other way, so on and so forth. I'm not going to like sit there and like keep talking about the exact same things again. But even still, recognizing like the direction this is heading, even if it ran up right now and ran back to the upside, which is possible, it's not impossible, it's just not, I don't feel like it's super likely. I'm waiting for confirmation, right? That's what I said earlier. I don't really want to like throw it in front of us and say, oh, it's definitely going to happen when I'm not feeling it because we're below certain creeks. We had talked about this acceleration that was happening. It's not ideal the way this is going down. But even if this did happen and it ended up still going up to like the top by the 30th, and you're like, oh, it reversed, yay, cool. Well, guess what? You know, take that value around the 8s and do a flush down through high liquidity, you know, and there it is. I mean, it's like the shelf is right where it should be for that potential move. If they do that, it would be to sell it back down, I think, personally. And all this stuff, again, it looks like ridiculous, but it could all happen easily before March. The way it's set up right now, I don't know, man. It didn't come very high. The goal would have to be, if it did a 50-50 now and it just didn't go anywhere, maybe like we could argue it's 50-50 around 430 and it's going down to 330 or something like that. That would, I guess, potentially be to come back and check this top. That's the only thing I could think of. If it just keeps sliding. Why does that have to be 50-50? It doesn't really. It's just that would be like the first move. If you guys want to get really bearish, we can go really bearish. You know, we could look at this as a massive, you know, S-curve down to $2. That's a leap, Booksy. I don't think it's going to do that. Well, why not? That's the drop-off level right there, like 493 on the 16th. Why could that not just be a massive S-curve to the downside? We've been talking about this since we first came to the top. When it first ran up, we were speaking about how if it came back down, it'd have to go to like 3s because it would have to come back down, check this gigantic, you know, gap that it left. I'm not talking about the gap down here. I'm talking about liquidity and like the jump. Anyways, so if we're really going to be like perma bulls here and not consider the possibility of downside, at least recognize like where these levels have been set up and that this isn't exactly coming out of nowhere. It's not. You know, the idea of us going all the way down to like the 2s is not out of left field. Like, it's not coming out of nowhere. Like, pretty easily could happen. And it's interesting too. I'm like drawing it right now. I feel like this isn't, again, this isn't particularly new for me. I feel like I've done this kind of idea before multiple times, but at least it shows it from a different perspective. There's a lot of times I'm doing it with these waves and it looks like I'm kind of like fudging it based on like where I think that wave is going up. That's not really what I'm doing. But I can totally see why that would be. Maybe I feel like I wouldn't be looking at it like question mark, you know, is that what you're doing? Maybe, you know. But yeah, I could definitely see how like it would be a little confusing to a degree. But sure, I mean, that's actually the same. It's like the same setup as 2020. It doesn't seem like it at first glance, but it's the same. It's just ugly. But that's the same line. I mean, and so in theory, maybe we've already done this. I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that. and we're doing the downside now. I don't know. Again, I don't want to get like too crazy deep into it, but that's something I've never checked before. I wonder about that. That's interesting. So this has like a top and then a bottom. Just little puzzle pieces. Yeah, I mean, I guess the main problem with this is that there's no, it's like a lack of continuity. The only thing we have is like this jump here, and I don't know where you'd even take that. Maybe from this point forward? That seems right to me. Down to where it actually broke out. So that would be like the last major trend that broke. That's really going to be low. It's like super low. I think that's wrong. It's going to $1. You guys are like, don't joke about stuff like that, Bugsy. It's not funny. Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the trend. I don't know. Maybe here, I guess. This is possible. Or here. That seems more right to me because I think... Yeah, and then this is like a pump up above. So this is like establishing a trend, sign of weakness, pump up above, break that trend, hit the bottom. It's a 50 across, and it works. So this motion works well. It's a good triangulation is what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, it's still really low. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Listen to Booksy humming and hawing. Well, so the issue that I have is that there's not really like a great... There's a backup here, but it's super fast. I mean, it does look right. I wish it wasn't the case, but that does look right to me. Even here it caught, dropped, hit. It's all interacting. It pushes down off that line right there. I mean, it's pretty perfect. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. I don't know if there's a better one. So what I'm saying is that this is the established, kind of like the established bear line here that was being broken. It's far down, man. Yeah, I mean, that would imply that you're not going to stop at 226 because, yeah, that wouldn't work. Like 2 seems right. I guess it's close. Boy, this would be ugly. It's already below the bottom, so I'm not really sure what else you'd be asking for anyways at that point. Another possibility is that you go more to these tops, but let me see if that works as well. Instead of the bottom, or instead of like the breakdown right there, I still think that's a better one to use, even though it's ugly and not pleasant. This one does work too, because it's got the drop here. It's like a second option that maybe doesn't go as low. Why did I do that? Why did I put this way over here? That was a mistake. Perhaps a good alternative. Let's do that too. So I think we need to have both. Don't like that one. I think that's it, because this would have been the first hit and then a little sign of weakness. So see how it hits, then it drives below, and then it goes up before it distributes. So this first marker is actually the support. It's actually the exact same as this right here, but it's just really, really small, like a tiny version of it. And then it comes back up, it tests that line, and it retreats. And then when it breaks out, you can see there's a lot of consolidation. That first candle consolidates right on top of this mark, right around 346. So again, in terms of triangulation, it's probably a good one. So those are both pretty decent. Yeah, just kind of keep running through the same numbers again, because you're really generating sort of, I don't want to say it's all the same, it's not all the same, but you're kind of generating like similar factors every time, because it ultimately, like, none of these have to be met. They're just indicating like, hey, there's a resistance here, this is where support's being found now. So you use those two in contrast with one another to try to identify so these might be good to use too. Try to identify top, bottom. I think it's wise. It tends to be a pretty good indication of where we might be going later on. Yeah, that one actually looks pretty good too. And notice that, like, back here, although we probably didn't use it back then, this actually does give you the correct bottom before the drop. It's the interaction on it is what matters. And I think it's spot on right here. Top. It's interacting with that marker, which goes back to February. Not the upthrusts. Not the two up thrusts that follow, but just the original push up, how high it went. So it's a lot of kind of gobbledygook at some point. But I think that meaning like you could kind of keep doing this forever and ever, and it may not ever give you exactly what you need. But I think this is probably a decent idea for triangulation in terms of like, all right, maybe that's where it fills the gap, you know, coming down. And then it's still got that sign of weakness low. So if it didn't hold the gap fill, maybe it goes to 350. The reason I'm placing this where I'm placing it is that if this does go down, my expectation is going to go down in its own S curve. And a lot of times you'd see like an S curve in between each of these parts, meaning you'd have the same parts within the parts. So if it did go down, you'd have like an acceleration here with what would appear to us to be like cat ears. I think this last one would be quite ugly if that's the way it goes. The good news is I don't really foresee it necessarily going any lower because none of the rest of these don't really add up to anything to me. They feel kind of pointless. Like if we were to drop and react, I hate this kind of stuff now because I have to look at it from this point of view and there's no easy way through it except just to do it. Yeah, so you'd have a reaction at the bottom back to 290. It's the equal distance. So I'm generating like a full S curve on the bottom, 50-50 around the midpoint. Again, if it does this, it's a kind of a if-then statement. If the midpoint is here, look, see, I thought you said the reaction would be from that drop down. It would be, but the reaction doesn't determine the measurement of the S curve. They're different things. A reaction is just a reaction. That would be like this guy, basically. The reaction is still measured, I think, from that drop at 517 down to 462. But the S curve is different. And that has a distinct measurement. And I don't know, man. It'd be kind of tricky to do this, but so where is it? Yeah, it seems right. Somewhere between these two ears, but I don't think it'd be the top or the bottom. I feel like it's this level, 455, because that's where the gap was. I feel like that would have been logical to like flush through the gap at 455 and use that as your anchor to do like a 50% dive. This would go to like 370. Ugh. This is ugly, dude. Ugly. $410 would have been a better spot for bounce, is what I was saying before, because that would have given us the appropriate reaction back to 461. Well, we didn't get that, so yeah. So potentially that could be it. That could be the reaction. And even if you did like a 50% retrace here, it looks like promising. Like, oh, go back up to 450, maybe. But actually, they may have left that gap for the purpose of just the refill. This is dumb. Yeah, so that institutional marker of the gap, sorry, I said dumb because I'm just not happy with it, but is frustrating. So I measured from 417. Remember how we were doing this earlier? I was talking about not 417, but like 518 down to the bottom here at like 561, roughly. And that particular measurement, if I'm right about it, I think it's, where's the closing value? I got to get the closing value right. Let's make it exact. It closed at 520. It actually closed pretty high, so I'm going to use that. That measurement taken to the bottom of the S curve, if you duplicate the value, if you go from the peak here, we're going to make sure it's correct. If you go from the peak to 455 on the middle, which is where the gap is, or maybe it's like 456. I don't know. They picked one or the other. It's either 455 or 456, okay? I could see either way because technically, let's just do 455. I don't know why I changed it. Definitely that wicks up higher, but yeah. So the bottom of this move is a 32% drop down to 373. Man, I really don't like. I don't know about time in terms of like how long it takes, but there is a creek here that I think would be used there. So I think that's the one. I'm kind of fudging it with my markers, but I'm going to use this instead. Yep. So it's built, like it's built into that move already. I don't know how they could have known that. But then again, maybe that was an idea of like, it works for either one. It would have worked for the 460 here, gap fill, and then it could have held, and it would have been completely different. You know, if this had come down just to 460s, yeah, I mean, it could have still held because that's still fine. It's just like instead of making an S curve, which is like creek breakdown, it goes the other way, and cat ears the other way. So that would have been sufficient. All right, so it didn't matter if it was going to go down or up. That still would have worked either way. Oof. It looks like an inverted trajectory too, which is always interesting to see. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to say that's the mark. That is the structural mark anyways. So I think that this gets to its termination point on the 17th at 373, potentially. That's the S curve. So we've got it pretty exact right now. And then this is the part that kind of made me mad, because then I took that reaction. So this is the box that I just drew for the reactionary move. So this is the first drop in to the structure. And then you take that and you go the other way for the reversal. So this is the downward move. Off the bottom, and these guys drove it right back to the gap. That's the gap right there. So this to me is like, when people say manipulation of the market, this is where I go. I'm like, yeah, it's manipulated. That's the gap fill. I mean, it is what it is. So that's right off of 373 back up to 421. This closing value, it's the same exact distance as that original drop. The high here was 421. The open was 421. The close is 418. So it is 421 though. So I hope you guys recognize what I just did. But so the reaction is offset because it's not, obviously didn't react here. And what we had said is that if it reacted off 410, it goes back up to 461, which is ideal. Instead, what we're getting is a reactionary move, and you could probably argue that this is like higher and this should be a little lower, and that gives you like the exact move. But that's essentially like perfect. So in theory, if that's the only reaction that you got, where does it get there? Gosh, man, this kind of stuff drives me nuts when I see it. Because I'm like, really? Really, operators? So this angle would have been derived or used to help drive the reaction. I think it's going to test the creek. I think it's a pretty straightforward equation here. So if it hits 373, there's a decent chance, I would say highly probable chance, it's going to run back to 420. It's a 12% move, but it's kind of on a falling knife. What is the significance of 421, if any? I don't think there is a great significance there. To me, that just looks like a hook, because this had been, again, like I'm not trying to be Mr. Bear, but this did definitely look like the floor back here. So it does look like a hook style reaction back to the floor. I could be wrong about a great many things, and that could shift some of this stuff around. Like if this isn't the middle at 455 and it's actually higher, then obviously all this stuff could shift up. So you need to just remember that this is like based on that 455 center to the S curve. It does make sense though. So I mean, it's a good chart in that, at least mathematically, that reaction is exactly right. Exactly what I would expect here. That's not a very big reaction. And if it hits, it might hit as early as Wednesday, which would follow with like, I think FOMC stuff, right? So if on Wednesday it breaks out, I think it goes back up to, so we'll have to wait. There may be a sign of weakness in here as well. You know, you might get like an early reaction that then drives lower, and that could be bad. That would give you an indication of where it's going to go after that it's a false break. If it just hits and reacts strongly, there may be a better chance that this isn't going to just crap out again. But I got to say, the way it's set up, if that ends up being the outer creek and they're going to sell it down, then the rest of this is just kind of history. I mean, it could technically be at 292 by mid-January because they've already established like a sideways creek here. This kind of stuff is where it's both awesome and like frustrating, you know. So the 50-50 around that creek would indicate you could get there by Monday, but then if it breaks down, so that would be like the reaction up to 420s, and then if it breaks down, you would be left without a, if there's no creek check, for example, you'd be left without that. Then the next move down doesn't have to be straight down this way. It could be like shallower, like over here or something. But this starts lending itself to another 50-50, which is not the one I want to talk about, but it would be a division. It's like a quarterly division of the middle point here at 490. So when we go backwards and we look at 490, you know, and I have it kind of in a weird spot. Let's make sure this is right, because I don't want this to be imprecise at this point. If we're talking about walk downs, I suppose I could argue that that's it because of where it was here on the 13th, but they moved it out, I think, on this double move right here. It kind of widens. I think that was intentional, so I'm actually going to leave it where it was. Never mind. I'm not going to change it. And I think this pushed out the creek a bit, and that's important, so I don't want to change that. So then, as a result, the middle is still over here, but it's a little farther out. And right, so the 50% mark for this region is at like 309, maybe to about, or 308 to about 314. Which does follow because there was a clear midpoint back here at the same level. I'm going to use that instead because I think that's probably what would be in mind, structurally speaking. Mm. 310 is what it seems like. I still think that's probably the better number. It's hard to say. I think 310. I'll just go with that. It's close enough and it looks right. It might be a little off. It actually looks like a midpoint. Also 290, 310, 3. It is midpoint between those three. So that also ranges really well. The other brackets. Excuse me. So then I think that would be the goal. It's kind of an ugly midpoint, but yeah. We'll see. And then what does that do if you look at this from the top perspective? So, I hate that it's so like perfect. It's just really frustrating to me when that kind of stuff builds out. Right. So on the macro, on the bigger picture, if you look at the major S curve down, what I'm doing is I'm setting it into quarters. I'm just cutting the second half of the S curve in half. Sorry. Usually what you have is you have like a little S curve on the first half, little S curve on the second half, if it's going to do the full wash all the way down. Yeah, so this gives you like a midpoint of 330 instead of 310. Just shifting that back from what I think is the quarterly system to where we actually pumped up to. I'm guessing that the bears that be would think that they have enough ammunition to get there. So I'm starting to think that that's correct in terms of like targets. It does not have to be this perfect. Like I said, it could be if I'm off here, it kind of throws everything off a little bit. But the levels are pretty solid. Man, I mean, I mute the mic for just a second so I can like cough. This is disgusting, I'm sure. Hang on a second. All right, that's better. I think I'm better, hopefully. Booksy's dying, coughing up fur balls or whatever. All right. So, all that being said, let's see what that gives us, because we've kind of at this point narrowed down some particular. I mean, that definitely looks like that's projecting that way. If I just look at those projections, it definitely looks like it's aiming towards this direction. But again, we don't really know that that's the end. That's just, again, speculation. How could it go all the way up and then back down? Dude, I don't know, man. AMC is weird. It does weird stuff like that all the time. I don't want to make it seem like it's all doom and gloom. It's just downside from here. But we need to be prepared for that possibility, given that it broke certain creeks and stuff. If it managed to get back up and it hits that 869, people are going to think I'm some kind of like guru. And I don't really think I am. I think it's more about the mathematics behind it. But you'd have to have a reason that it would do that now, like as opposed to earlier. You know, and that's why I'm kind of abandoning it, because I think it's a difficult one to argue now. Like, okay, it goes up there now, so what? It rallies into December 30th, then what? Well, then you'd have to again, I'd have to make the argument that there's enough time to execute a really large sell down and kind of throw all this out the window and say, yeah, there's a reason you went, up here first. Why would we go up there and then wrap around 414? I don't know. What significance 415 has? I'm not really sure. Beyond those two gap down levels that we had, if you remember that, we had a gap down to 415 here and then another one right after earnings. It held during the regular trading hours at 417, but it actually went to 415 first. Why 415? I don't know. I don't know, man. Somebody out there has the answer. I think somebody knows why 415 is somehow important. I genuinely do not understand why it's that important. Maybe it has to do with this setup back here. I've talked about this. Here we go again, man. Just call me flimsy. Excuse me, I'm very sorry. I'm trying to turn away from the mic, but maybe it has to do with this. We've talked about the 485 levels quite a bit because of the setup here at around 485, and I made that argument that it's kind of like the middle of the breakdown before the sign of weakness. That is like an LSPY kind of motion, a bear flag, that's significant. It does seem that maybe 415 held some significance back here for this whole structure. So I may not be giving it a lot of credit because we haven't really seen it in regular trading hours at all as significant. We're only seeing it in these weird after hours trading, This is like the only time, I guess, right here where we actually mess with it again. Maybe 415 for that reason is like hyper significant, and it actually denotes some kind of a middle zone for this whole structure. How would I put this in another way? Okay, like iteratively, you guys don't love that word because sometimes it gets a little confusing. I get it. But like iteratively, which means like a repetition in itself. This is currently anchored on that position, right? But then like on the big picture, it may also be anchored on that position. Does that make sense? So like I can't really do it justice because this doesn't look quite right. But it would be like kind of like this. So that really small LSPY kind of bit right there may actually indicate to some degree like a greater, I think that might make sense. Like it may indicate to some degree like a greater, LSPY level here, where this is the initial breakdown, ignoring, the little nitty gritty stuff. And then there's like an LSPY here, and then it drops low, which, I mean, it's there. It's just not, I wouldn't have used it as like, that's the criteria for where the middle is. Looking at it now, I'm like, maybe, but I would have put it higher. I would have put it at 435 or up higher, which we've done before, but I would have maybe picked out, I would have said 430. I mean, I'm just being honest. Because I see this as like the hook. So I'm like, why would it not be the top of the hook? I don't know. It's just strange. Then again, there's mystery. I don't know. Mystery and everything. So maybe 415 is indeed. Maybe 415. Book, y'all are the reason GME is being held down. They use AMC to hold down GME, and y'all are helping them. Love to know how in the world your brain came up with that. That actually made me laugh out loud. I would love to know how a bunch of retail individuals are helping to hold GME down by looking at charts about AMC. I would love for you to explain that to me and not sound like a complete and total quack while you do it. You got to make it sound really legit. McBLT Gaming. I'm looking at a chart. Oh no. I'm looking at AMC. Oh no. We're helping them keep GME down by staring at another chart. Oh man. That's like me going to like look at a Pepsi machine. I'm like staring at a Pepsi machine and then somebody comes by and says, "You know, you're keeping Coca-Cola down by staring at that Pepsi machine." And I'd be like, "What?" "Yeah, by staring at that Pepsi machine, you're screwing us all over. If you buy that Pepsi, then Coca-Cola is being kept down." Because the market's not big enough. For a handful of individuals. Oh man. That just, thank you. That was why I needed that little laugh. That's funny, man. Y'all are full ported in AMC. What are you even, you don't have any idea what anybody's position is at all. This is like a huge mental leap that you're making right now. Like, are you a mind reader? Are you able to see our positions? It sounds like such a huge thinking error. You're assuming a lot. Literally, Swamp Fox said it himself. So, one person out of like 86 people in here said that they're full ported. Who gives a crap? 1 out of 89 people. McBLT. That means jack diddly squat for statistics. Why does it even matter? I could be fully in Nvidia right now. That makes no difference to you in GME. Oh my gosh. You gave me a person, singular. Dude, I can put my money wherever the hell I want to put my money, and it's none of your business. And the only thing that's affecting it is if you somehow think that I should put my money in a different stock, then that's you just trying to control other people, which you can't do, buddy. No one's keeping it down. If you're going to point fingers at like the thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of other people who aren't even invested in AMC and GME. Oh, they're the reason we're having problems. They're not buying GME. So what? Do you know how many more people are just not invested in them than there are invested? You really want to blame AMC because you're holding them back? People can invest in whatever they want to invest in. They could put all their money into crypto. You can't blame them for not buying GME and letting it run. Whatever the heck you think that logic makes any sense. I have no idea why you would think that makes any sense. This isn't even like trolling. This is just like complete and total like ridiculousness. I've literally never heard like a worse argument for why GME isn't running. You're like running out of people to blame or something. Now you're just blaming people who aren't buying GME. Like, okay. Nobody has to buy the stock that you like. That's not a rule in the market. No one is holding it back because they're not buying it. Because their money is tied up elsewhere. That's a personal choice that people can make. It is not your decision. You don't get to tell people that they're wrong for buying a different stock than GME. This stock market has thousands and thousands and thousands of tickers. Like, GME is not the stock market. I love GME. I'm invested in GME, but I'll be damned if somebody tells me that I have to put all my money into a stock because I'm holding it back if I don't. Give me a break, dude. Grow up. What in the world? I'm sorry, man. I don't know if you meant it to come off that way, and I don't know if I'm just sounding like a complete and total jerk, but the way you're presenting that just sounds like the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard. People don't buy every product. That's not a thing. You can't blame someone for your stock not doing well because they bought a different product or bought a different stock. Give me a break. We're not holding it back. Give me a break. And what's ironic about that is that the people that maybe would say that, who are like GME centrists or something, and they're like, we are only about GME, nothing else. Okay, so what you're saying is that GME is weak? Like it's so weak that it depends on AMC? I thought that wasn't the case. I thought AMC depended on GME. But you're saying that apparently it depends on AMC's liquidity to run. That's pretty darn weak. It's not a really good argument for GME purists. We must get other people out of other stocks in order to run this stock. Yep, that's called pump and dump, and it shouldn't be legal. That's manipulative. Give me a break. Nvidia not a head and shoulder at the moment. No, I think it is. I had set an alert this morning. That's why it's up. Because I had set an alert if it dropped beneath 132. I had like a neckline alert. So I figured if this is like a different story. This was when we were talking about what happens here if it goes up versus down. But there's really no one size fits all for this. Like it's got potential for a head and shoulder pretty clearly. There's two necklines on it. So one is at 132, which is the one I marked off. The reason I have it open this morning is because my alert went off. There's another one. It's a complex head and shoulder in that there's another shoulder. So what that means is that typically if there's more than one shoulder, then you're going to see that reflect. It's not one-to-one always, but usually it's pretty darn close. So like in this case, this is the first head and shoulder, sure. But then you would expect there to be potentially like another one. And it's technically lower. At this point, I mean, I've seen a lot of documentation about head and shoulders. At this point, I just kind of think whatever makes the most sense usually is right. So in this case, this head and shoulder, see how it's got like a shoulder mark here? What would a shoulder here do? Well, a reaction off of 129 here with the same kind of height going back up to 139, because again, shoulders are all about checking the liquidity that you previously tested on the left side. You're checking it now on the right side. Does this make sense that it would come back up to 140? And then I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. And that's about as far as I need to take it. Like, for now. It could then break down later and do like a drop. We could calculate what that might be based on the height of the original like neck and just kind of cutting it in half, driving it down here. And you might say like it could go to like 121. Does 121 make sense structurally speaking? Yeah, there's a gap down here, a gap level. This is where it broke out. So like, does a head and shoulder in this instance make logical sense? Like, would it make perfect sense to come down and do a head and shoulder retracement, or do a head and shoulder and then retrace that amount? Yeah. Again, so it's like the complexity of the head and shoulder to me doesn't matter that much unless it just is kind of crazy, maybe expect it to go on a really long time. So that to me, I think makes perfect sense. So my expectation would be that, okay, if this head and shoulder plays out, then there's a potential trade here from about 129 up to 140 or 142, maybe at highest. That would be what I would call like a hook, right? So it may have this reaction back up and hook. If that then breaks down again beneath 130, there's a strong chance it's going to go back down towards that 120 level, which is where, again, it took off from. It's just simple like math at that point. Like it popped and then it dropped down. So does that work? Yeah. And then is it a, you know, and we don't have to have some kind of massive upthrust here. That was just me talking about potential in terms of like where that might go if it did pop versus here, which is the same exact thing, just shifting it over. The idea of like breakdown here on an M cross, where would it go? Then we could look at other stuff. I think you'd have to kind of go backwards and say, well, that would be a pretty major, and it already is. It's a pretty major breakdown of this trend. So this trend is not the only trend, though. It's just one of them. And there's a longer standing one right here that we're at. We just broke. But I want to say that, I'm sorry, that longer standing trend is the main trend. I misspoke. But there's another one that's like kind of like wider. This one goes way back. This is a very long standing. Yeah, this goes all the way back to the first bottom in 2022. So this is definitely like a possible change of character for Nvidia in terms of like a breakout. But I would probably go back and then just look at other possibilities. Like there's one right here that's kind of caught my eye that I was thinking about a minute ago. This one. There's a high sell-off back there. I think this is going to end up being where it catches if it drops in like a head and shoulder. So I think there's a decent chance that this starts forming a kind of a sideways period based on just the fact that it broke that really long-standing trend. That's a pretty significant move, but it's Nvidia, and I talked about this when I first talked about it. It's a hard one to kind of like sit there and say, oh, I think it has to come back down really far or something. There seemed to be a lot of potential to retrace as low as like 76. I still think it's possible, but this will be like a step-by-step process. It won't be overnight. It's not going to just dump there. I think it'll be like a, you know, maybe even a larger head and shoulder here before all that's said and done. So that would look pretty similar to this side. You'd end up with a bit of chop in the middle here, and then you'd end up coming down low and then reacting back up. You can see how that works out pretty well, so on and so forth. But I don't want to make that sound like it's going to happen if it holds the creek, because there is a creek here, and it technically could just hold it. So who knows? That's not happened yet. We'll see. Title: you're so power hungry to have your perfect hive mind. People can disagree with your leader. That's the pot calling the kettle black, friend. You're literally saying people can disagree with one another, but when we disagree with you, we're a hive mind. You can... Don't disagree with your leaders, man. You're a hive mind. Follow me instead. Okay, what if we don't want to agree with you as our leader? Are we still a hive mind? Silly, man. Don't follow this leader. Follow that leader. Then you won't be a hive mind. But we're still following a leader, and some people have different opinions, so wrong! You're only a hive mind if you follow that guy. If you follow this guy, you're not a hive mind. You're enlightened. Or we don't play those games. We just say, you just decide what you want to believe. And you can disagree with whoever you want to disagree with. And I disagree with you, but I'm not trying to ban your opinion. No one's banned you here. If I were to ban you, I wouldn't be able to read your... I wouldn't be able to read your comments. But I'm not going to sit here and say I agree with it or I think it's an equally valid opinion. Sorry, I don't agree with that. Look, man, you believe whatever you want to believe. And I understand there's people out there that think the earth is flat. They can believe whatever they want to believe, dude. But do I think it's an equally valid opinion that deserves an equal space in terms of like discussion? No. If the basis for everything you believe is just based on some idea that you have about something that's completely and totally, frankly, like provably irrelevant, and is completely and totally based around your own tinfoil hat theories, then dude, believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not going to ban you for believing something different, but don't be surprised if people just generally tear apart the argument because it's flimsy. And if you can't back it up except just to say that one guy out of like 80 something people full ported into AMC, and that doesn't prove a single thing about what you actually said. What you actually said was that it's our fault that GME is not running. You said y'all, like everybody in this chat, which again makes no sense whatsoever. You can't sit here and throw out a major opinion like that with zero proof, with zero credibility, with 0 sense, and then expect people to be like, that's an equally valid opinion. We love that. Let's consider that as a possibility that is absolutely 100% as valid as all other possibilities, even though it makes no sense. Oh my gosh. Every time GME is about to run, AMC tanks and brings down GME. Check the chart. Yeah. Well, I already know that's false, but okay. That's called scapegoat. Looking for something to blame that isn't yourself or involved directly with your own company. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. More Kermit. Dude, that's easily disprovable. But I'm not going to go back and look at the chart because I already know in my head it's easily disprovable. And you know it's disprovable. I don't even know what you're talking about. We literally just had a run-up where AMC went the opposite way in May at first, and then they both ran together. GME broke out before AMC ran. It went down. It did not stop GME from running up 300 some odd percent. It's just nonsense. And literally every single time GME has not broken out could easily be explained by its own technical analysis. So that you have a problem there of going from correlation to causation. Even if you thought that they were correlated somehow and that somehow, I don't know how, that somehow the people who are invested in a different company are affecting my company and preventing it from running, that we're the problem. Not even if you said like you could have even adjusted that statement like a little bit. You could have been like, I think it's the institutions like Vanguard and BlackRock who own majority positions in these two companies. I think it's them that's causing things to go crazy. Okay, then you could at least have some kind of a causation that makes sense because they're both invested in that company. But to come and say that people who are invested in AMC, which is a completely different liquidity pool, are somehow causing GME to not run, it is just absolutely asinine. It makes no sense. None whatsoever. You can't prove it. You'll never be able to prove it. It's a complete and total puff of smoke, in my opinion. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's like saying people who are invested in Nvidia are causing Apple to not run or something. Like, well, they move sometimes together and then sometimes they don't. Okay. That's because they're part of the same freaking ETF. As are GME and AMC. They're all part of the same thing. The Russell 2K. do some research, man. Like, look at the IWM chart. Look at all of the small caps. There are winners, there are losers, and they all kind of relate to a lot of what you see in the ETFs and building out small cap companies. Like, they're not. I just don't even understand. I can't even, like, it's like arguing with a tree about the meaning of life or something. It's like you're coming from such a different experience that I don't even understand it. It doesn't even make any sense. I don't speak tree, you know, like I don't know what you're talking about. And for all I know, you could just be some like random dude who's just like comes on here with some idea, just wants to get people riled up. You've provided no evidence for it. You just keep saying, look at the chart, look at when it prevented it from running. And I'm like, no, it didn't. And then that's all there is to it. A lot of people on the GME subreddits and YouTube have argued what I'm arguing. Well, they're wrong, like, or I disagree with them. Maybe that's a better way to put it. That's the thing is like, I don't think every idea makes any sense just because somebody presents it. I have no way of possibly being able to correlate what you're saying. Like, I cannot possibly corroborate, what you're saying. Like, it's not possible. It's a silly theory from people who are silly, who have been tired of being stuck in a stock. They're looking for somebody to blame. They see this correlation to AMC because, again, these were bought in a basket a long time ago by the same companies, Vanguard and BlackRock. You cannot then turn around and blame retail for not supporting your stock if they don't want to support it. If people want to buy AMC and they don't want to buy GME, so be it. It's not their fault that GME is not running. Maybe if GME were a better company and people wanted to buy it, and I'm in GME, by the way, I'm just critiquing it, okay? Same with AMC. Maybe if these were better companies where people actually cared about them and wanted to buy into them, we'd have more likelihood of more runs. But even then, institutional trading is 100% against retail. It is designed to milk retail. But it is just absolutely nonsense to say that, come on, give me a break. I'm not even going to go there anymore. I'm done. I'm done with that conversation. Yeah, I'm just in a position of like, the Reddit community, I don't know. You know, that community is not one that I'm a part of. I, at one point, did look at a lot of that stuff, but it's like the flavor of the week over there. It's whatever the heck, someone comes up with an idea, and then they go out and they go crazy about it for like a few months, and then it dies off. And then some of those ideas stay for a while, you know, and they maintain themselves for a while. But the idea that individual investors in another company would stop the runs, it just doesn't make any sense. At the very least, you could perhaps say that it was caused by institutional liquidity cycling or something between two companies. But that would be like, again, something that you'd have to kind of look at and prove and show theories that make sense. And really, that's impossible to do. You cannot possibly do that. At the end of the day, it's all speculation because you don't know their books. Nobody does. And if you did, they'd sue the crap out of you and you'd be off Reddit before you could even say anything else about it. You know, it's proprietary information, personal private information for those companies. Like, you're not going to know what they're doing with their money unless you're part of that company. Like, it's just not going to happen. So unless it's a whistleblower who's saying, here's exactly what's happening, it's just a bunch of people speculating on things that they really can't prove. And look, to that degree, like, we could say that about anybody. You could say that about me. You could say, well, you can't prove this, you can't prove that, yada, yada, yada. The thing is I'm not really trying to prove it. I'm just trying to demonstrate like probability and pattern analysis, period. Maybe somebody else out there is doing the same thing with AMC and GME, and they're saying, look, there's a pattern here. Here's what we're thinking. Fine. But at the end of the day, like, that's a huge statement to make. And then to turn around and come into a chat and blame a bunch of people that you don't know for causing you misfortune, give me a break. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. It may not be the case for every single truth out there in the world. I don't believe it is. But just because somebody, a large group of people believe something does not mean that they're right. I got kicked out of my first Discord group for thinking that we were going to pull back to 9. That's where it all started, you know, and then it blew up into some other stuff. But it's like silly. I couldn't even, it was like embarrassing how, it was so embarrassing. That whole situation was just ridiculous. But just because a bunch of people in the room sit there and say this is the right answer does not mean it's the right answer. I told you guys I was about my son. I was like super proud of him. He was the only one in the class that got the answer right. He stood on the opposite side of the class by himself, right? So leave that argument behind as well. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say majority of people don't believe this, don't believe that. I'm just going to say that, like, in and of itself doesn't mean it's true. Give him a break. That's what you're saying. All right. I'm giving him a break. I agree with that. Let's give him a break. Yeah. Well, speaking of small caps, so IWM doesn't look awesome. It still has an appearance of like weakness. Maybe is the best way to describe it. Kind of coming off the middle here. Because this is kind of extending upward in almost like a parabolic fashion, I've been talking about how I thought it maybe would get to like 252s. That's been my number for like a year, okay? And that setup, I don't know, like looking at it now, I'm looking back at another divergence here. One is at July 16th, this top that we made. And it's just kind of odd to me because it's like July 12th or something like that. Because this is significantly higher now. You know, this was like 222. This is at 243. RSI is cooled. It went sideways quite a bit. I'm most concerned about this second top that was made on November 8th, which would have been right after elections. So in order to kind of continue from here, you need to have maybe some chill, you know, for a little bit. I don't think that the rally, if you want to call it that, and I think it is a rally, but I'm just saying, like, I would call it a rally, but it's not quite there yet. It's like just come up to all-time highs. It's really retesting the tops from 2021. I think it's not really started yet in some ways. It's kind of like this was the target coming out on this S-curve. It took way longer than I expected. And I don't think there could have been a better way for me to do it. It just took longer. This kind of a setup going to 252 only gets you to there. It doesn't get you farther. So the rest of it, I think, would need to be built upon some kind of a foundation here. And I'm not positive, there could always be some kind of massive squeeze or something to squeeze out people that have been in this for a while. You can say, well, I think that it's a bigger S curve and you've kind of underestimated it. Well, long-term potential here is very, very high. Like this has definitely got potential to go up to 300s pretty easily. I'm not really making a case that that's not going to happen. I think that when I look at the big picture, it does appear that this could be like a middle point, maybe around 210, in which case, yeah, I think it could go higher. But I'm also looking back at the long-term trends, and there's a middle of the trend, kind of middle of the road marker that we're crossing through right now. And again, it doesn't have to be the case, but historically, if this can hold for a bit, you will see continuation and potentially go back to the top. However, most of the time, this has been, majority of the years, this has been kind of the top area. So I guess maybe the question is, do we actually break that and head to the top again, or do we just kind of ride on it now? And frankly, either is a good answer. I think you could argue that, well, we're just pushed above it. You can see the blue line right here now. That was where the gap was. And so technically, like, we could just kind of chill out and just start riding up it and just have a more relaxed ascension here that takes longer. There's no reason that it has to go like parabolic necessarily. If it's still making higher highs, this is what happened for like a decade back here. So it's not like a big question in my mind. I think that this is very possible. It just kind of relaxed moves and advances to the top. And then you may even pick a more conservative target. I would probably go here. This is like a quarter. And that might be a better one to use conservatively, just to say, well, maybe it goes like 273s or something, or 270s in a more conservative manner as opposed to going up to 300. And you're going to bounce between 270s and come back down to like 240s, and then you'll be in this like channel right here for a time. I don't believe I don't know what's in their books. No, I don't. I don't believe there's a wrong answer in this particular case, because if it distributes, it's pretty obvious it's going to kind of crash back down to like 200s. That to me doesn't really need a lot of explaining. There's a very clear and precise kind of marker here, which is like the middle of these two M crosses. It lines up with what we see on RSI as well. That's probably like my biggest concern, is that it's about to like turn tail, because again, it's divergent on the daily. It could turn tail and head way back down and do a massive retracement, which may line up with what we see on AMC and GME. We were expecting to see this kind of later leg catch up to the small cap market. It didn't happen. That would have been like, oh, we're catching up to like that small cap rally. It didn't happen. So if it doesn't happen and IWM tops off here and starts selling off, it makes it difficult for us to make an argument that AMC and GME should be running, period. IWM will fly on FOMC. I hope you're right, but I'm just telling you, like right now, from a technical standpoint, it's debatable. I would say I think it's a challenge to make a bullish case, because I'm on the daily and I'm seeing that push down here, and I don't particularly like that look. So why would it dump if the news is good? Well, sometimes it happens. We've had a lot of really good news that dumped FOMC before it rallies again. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it would go all the way down here, but just looking at it, just kind of staring at it, it seems to me to be in a precarious spot right now. I think it'd be easy enough to argue, yeah, we could just squeeze up, hit like 270 or something if the news is right and if people buy. But based on just the just the technical chart alone, I mean, it's a tough one. I think it looks like it could easily have a kind of a false rally and then dump. So that doesn't mean it's over. It just means for now. That looks like a potential correction inbound. This would be an example of the same thing right here. So back in December of 2023, it hit a peak, RSI did. Then it came down and chopped for a while. It kept advancing, but it gets to this place where the advancement kind of reaches a pinnacle above, and when it comes back, it doesn't lose it completely. It's not like it was like gone forever, but it chopped in the middle for a while until it finally like dropped. And this was back in March. And it's just one of those things. You look back and you can kind of see like, all right, well, it sort of just crossed the middle of the road and came back down. And that's where the creek crosses were, in the middle, where the gaps are, so on and so forth. Not saying it's going to be the same. Doesn't have to be the same. But I'm just saying, like, the RSI setup is pretty similar. So there could be a reasonable conclusion that something similar happens. And I would put it here, actually, like, this is the middle. This would have been the first push out, and then the middle, and then this next pushes up. So it should be right there. Which is about right. Like, it's the center mark for this run up. So if you're going to retrace, and then we can't forget there's like gaps down here. There's definitely a gap, I think, at 212 area, something like that. It's still there. I believe there's one more even lower. I might be wrong about that. I have to go look, double check. Maybe it was down here, 200, but yeah, it's not impossible. You know, I would be really watching this intersection. There's like a five-way intersection right here at like 226. I think if it loses 226.50, that's the spot where you'd be in big trouble of probably just full-on drop through to real low. Yeah, I think it could then drop really far down. Back to like 208 even. If it holds there and or breaks out, I guess, earlier, then yeah, and there's a gap right there too. Gaps don't have to be filled on ETFs. That's not like a rule. It's not like they always have to be filled. They don't. Some of them are going to get left behind. They're never going to get filled. But just thinking about that, I don't know, man. I don't think that's way out of the question here. Maybe a better question would be, what if we redraw the S-curve, since it didn't match up there anyways, and use a new middle. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that would look like. Maybe. I don't think you're wrong, but we've had kind of stumbling blocks in this rally already. I'm not, like, the things that you're saying, Dave, like, totally in agreement on. I was talking about that way back here in like early part of the year, you know, and we're up quite a bit since then. Like I definitely would say that I've been an advocate that small caps are going to rally. I don't think that's even a question in my brain, like that they should be having their time in the sun, so to speak, like really just getting going. But that doesn't mean that this has been an easy road. There's been some really massive swings in small caps, and small caps have a lot more trouble with news and stuff than large caps, and they have a lot more trouble with a lot of things. You know, I would say that there's been a lot of like news that seems to be okay has really caused a lot of stumbling. You know, I remember when this pop happened and being like elated because I was like, well, I got out, remember at like 218, and then it dumped afterwards, and I'm thinking to myself, why? Like it wasn't that bad of news, but people took it and just flew with it that it was like some huge issue. It was a jobs report thing, and jobs really caused a lot of people to be afraid of the recession. There was a lot of talk about recession that week. And I just was like, I don't get it. From my point of view, I'm like, it didn't make any sense. What is there to fear? Like the numbers looked fine. Time has proven that idea behind that correct, like that I was right to not be worried. But at the time, that is a massive technical move. Like it's huge drop. So for me to sit here and be like, oh, I think this could happen, I'm not really, like it does not really phase me to think it could happen, you know? It's just sort of like a thing. Like it would just be a technical issue of like, yeah, it may just dump down and, you know, hit 210 and then it could rally. Like I don't see that as a problem. And most of the time when we get to the end of a S-curve, like the last leg of the S-curve or the first leg, that's going to be the big move. I don't know that we've even had that yet. So this right here, I'm just literally copying and pasting this marker from the beginning because this is the first move with the exit trajectory over here. It's basically the same, you know, at least the way I just drew it. If I'm right about it going a little higher, that could be correct. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't be 100% right, but that is the roughly the same move. So, you know, logic follows that this could go back down and get a gap fill at like 214, 210, and then rally for the next 2 months and go up to like 270. So it's not really a question in my mind of like, could it happen? It's just more of a technical thing. And the fact that IWM has been ridiculous volatile at times. Maybe another way to look at this is where would that backup go and like why would it maybe go there? And I think it would be like a return back to this floor from 2021, right? And this is, by the way, this has been argued similarly on AMC when we were going up and we were talking about how like, well, that didn't seem like it had to go back and check. And I'm like, well, no, but they left a gap down here. It's an interesting gap. It is followed by RSI divergence on the daily. It's just weird. Like they never went back through 215. Not sure they needed to. We needed to from a liquidity standpoint, but like if we went back and dipped into this level, I don't think I would second guess it. It's a big move. It's kind of ugly looking, but I would just be like, okay. Like we'll see what happens when it hits. You know, if it hits. Does it break too much? That's another question that we could answer. I don't think it does. There's a there's a trend that hasn't been met right here for a while. So I would say that you could probably get down to these levels again. I mean, that kind of looks like a breakdown, I guess. But I'm just kind of estimating anyways. I haven't really spent too much time with this chart. Honestly, this is probably the most time I've spent on it in like a month. So you know, as always, take it with a grain of salt. 142.56. It looked like a similar angle, so it got me curious because it's a similar angle with a similar RSI setup. Bit different. This looks like it already made the crossover, but it does have the proclivity here to like come down and check that low on RSI, like check the sell off. That may just be part of the design of this though, is to like, maybe this in some part was due to the election, because this would have been like potentially like a pump and dump that didn't go as high. You maybe come back down. It's just a thought. So it may be that this is abandoned, I guess is what I'm trying to say. All right. Well, like I said, I'm not anti-small cap by any means. I think there's a distinct possibility it could just run right up. And I'm looking very carefully now, thinking about this S-curve. I'm not sure I could do it justice right this second, but I think I eyeballed it, and this feels right to me. And looking at where that intersection is up top, because it built out longer here and didn't go straight up to 252, I think there's a good chance it could go up to 270 or 271. It looks right to me. And I know I've said that before, but what's missing perhaps is a potential backup here. But if I have to give you a range, and I will, I would say that it's between 226 and 220 would be better than going low, just on the basis of like, oh, it pulled down would be a little healthier, stay within that trend. But like anything, I think that the whip arounds are really significant, and like that drive from 244 down to 212 could end up being very, very powerful, because that could give you like a pretty nice middle zone, and then a breakdown that looks really bad, but then it ends up like rocketing like nobody's business. So I know it's a weird thing to wish for. I don't really want to see people lose money or anything, but like this would be actually potentially like a really good move to make. So I'm gonna put an alert at like 216 or something. So my thing is like, from here, it's hard for me to know what would be a good buy-in. Like even if it crossed above this creek and ran up, I'd be really suspect, even up above like 240s. So like I'll put a marker there, but I don't know. I'd have to see it kind of back up and hit the creek and then just show some real serious strength. And then I would consider possibly buying. Otherwise, I think a good entry would be at 227, or potentially if it broke out here, reversing, or frankly, I think dropping down and heading towards that pocket right here would actually work really well in a good way. I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah, like right there. In fact, that would be a trade I would take if it makes that move. For AMC, let's go back to the chart. Yeah, so that divergence is still slumping a bit. It's lower than it was this morning. I don't think it's again, necessarily going to hold, but we'll wait. We're not going to sit here and confidently say it's going to do this or it's going to do that in terms of the divergence on the RSI. If it was making just a retest here, I would say it's pretty much done. Like, it doesn't need to go any lower. There's not much else here to talk about. The widening on the RSI looks finished. So I've got this major cross here. I'll make it bigger for a second. I've got this major cross here, which is indicating what I think are like the major big M cross and then cat ears. I already made an argument that I didn't think it came high enough. I talked about that, why I thought that was. Like, it just didn't look like it ever made the extension here, like it missed it or something. There is a widening here, though, on the RSI that started on October 23rd. And it's kind of basically, again, it's basically finished. Like, it hit that low. This is a 4-hour. So you would say it already got there. So again, technically speaking, the widening on the price action did not match the widening on the RSI, and the widening on RSI is now kind of completing and finishing its business. And I had used what I still think is the better of the trends, which is this guy right there. And I think it broke through that. I suppose if you wanted to use another one, just like we were talking about on price action, you could use the peak here to here, and that maybe give you a different perspective, but doesn't really work on RSI. Is that the same exact thing? It'd be higher. It'd be even worse of a breakdown. So maybe we could use like the big peak. Again, same deal. It's just kind of like already there. It's actually, it matches the RSI widening there. So, and it's below it. So I would say from that standpoint, is it oversold? Yes. We talked about it earlier in the day. There's plenty of times where AMC's been oversold for long extended periods, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't mean it's going to return back and break out. It could just be that we're in for like a particular kind of bounce, and then we would potentially just keep going down. Yeah. And I'm not a big fan of the weakness here. In that it dropped 4, I think that's not a good thing. So I don't know what else to do on this chart. Like, we already kind of did the work on it this morning. So projections to the downside are straightforward enough. Projections to the upside, much more hit or miss. I think you're going to have to make a case for it. And I haven't really been able to do that, except to say if it comes back above 460, then maybe we're in a good shape. It had to be above a 50% retracement in any length, and then it ultimately would need to find that support again, I think, on the 460s. I don't really hold a lot here as likely. I got to just be straightforward, you know. And I already said that this morning. It doesn't really feel necessary to go up if you're already kind of broken the creeks back to the downside. That may have just been the goal, is try to enlist sellers and then see if they can drive through, and they did. And they drove right back through it, and that's kind of where I've been like sitting here like twiddling my thumbs like, well, there's not much I can do about that. Like, it is what it is. And the most like kind of widest, I guess you could say, or the steepest maybe creek you can draw, just doesn't look good. It looks like it already broke to me. Like, it went below it. So just a bit. Yeah, and the only other thing I can do was that pivot around the 13th, which is I mean, it's a strong creek. It's not like a bad thing. It's this one right here. But that's a lot to digest as like, oh, would that be the bottom? Like, I don't know. Does that really make sense? I feel like at this point, I'd be kind of grasping at straws, trying to make it look like it hasn't broken down. It really, like I said, I think it lost Friday. I think Friday was the big smack in the face moment. You know, we can go back and look at it again if you want, but that break on Friday really signified a drop to me. Like, that's where I was like, nah. You know, I had even thought that probably this was the creek. I said that last week. And that we were like testing it 1, 2, 3 times, but it kept making, remember it kept making like lower lows, and I was like, I don't really like that it did that. It made like 3 consecutive lows, and then it pushed too high, and I'm like, humming and hawing, right? And that kind of proves itself as like, yeah, that could have been it, you know, that could have been the creek, and it immediately moves down to like the lower supports down here, minus the one in the middle. So you're getting a lot of the same kind of information from me because it's not really changed. And the levels themselves don't just magically change, you know, just because you don't like them. Doesn't mean jack diddly squat. So I still think that in large part, we're just kind of experiencing like breakdowns through all these levels. Just checking them all. I wish I could make a good case for bulls right now, but I just don't have a great one. So the case for bulls is just very, very tough. Here's what I would say. If it rebounds, it's got to go really high, which is unfortunate. We already talked about that. But the waveform level itself is like 530. So if it dropped to like 370s or something, and then it goes up to like 530, you're basically looking at it kind of nesting above the previous top. So it'd be like coming back up and checking this level right here. I had said, and I still would contest that 460s is kind of more important at this point because it's the first big step back up. It signifies like a halfway point to the next halfway point, right? And it doesn't really give me much else, you know. That doesn't really give me like even like a full length up to like 8. It's close, maybe right at 8. And that's kind of it. And that's a really tough one for me to sell because it already sort of lost that momentum. And without knowing the bottom, we pumped and dumped in the past month. I doubt it pumps and dumps. Why not? We pumped and dumped here, pumped and dumped here, pumped and dumped here, pumped and dumped here. I mean, we've done that repeatedly. I guess what I have to say is like the only explanation that you can really make here for a bull run would have to be one that is essentially like again, it made a creek cross. It's going to go back above the creek after it tests the lows. So if I were still like trying to be really bullish, which I'm not really trying to be, I'm just saying, like, if I wanted to be bullish here, what I would be arguing would be that this is actually the jump or something, I don't know, and that it has to come really low, and that's part of the spring. Then what I would say is that after that point in time, you look at the major creek here, and you say it has to come back above this point, so it'd have to be this kind of massive push up to 530, and then again, that would be like a rally point for a second wave. That's why I'm saying it's not an easy case to make. It's not. So there's a lot of issues with that. But if I were saying this, here's another part of this, right? Is like what I'm basically saying is I think this is about to break the top of the range, which means that by necessity, I would be arguing that this is about to go into like an SOS phase. Well, if you look at where the top is at 550s, 556, that's like our halfway point. We would be assuming that this would go above that, okay? Well, if it goes above that and then it builds out on top of here, right, some kind of a support and then continues, that doesn't exactly look wrong, but you're basically also saying that this is essentially going from the very bottom of the range, below the range, all the way to the top and then continuing, which by definition would be a spring followed by a SOS. What doesn't make sense is the rejection first off of 555 and then going like, which is already at the top, and then going all the way back down. That's the confusing part of it. But yeah, in theory, like this is SOS range anyways, so you would be saying that you think Booksy would be saying, if I'm saying this happens, it would go all the way up, chop here, and then go up again. I'll make a case for it. I'll try. I've already talked about the downside. I think we got that pretty clear. I think we can see it happening very readily and easily, you know. Well, let's make a case for upside because we already made the case for down. Let's make the case for up. What I'm going to do is, I don't want to reset everything, but I'll try my best not to. What I'm going to do is take this. Actually, I'll keep 490. And we'll keep this wave. We'll keep those. Where's this one at? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll keep that. Sure, why not? All right, whatever. That's good enough. That'll get us going. Ugly. All right, let's see if I can try to do it. Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to try. And then 415, for whatever reason, we think that's a significant one. Yeah, I know that, Skull. Look, there's no silver lining, if it's distributing, is just going down. But my right, 556 has been pretty important. It has to do with that buy-in back in May. But like I said, I want to do what I can, try to make a case for it. I mean, I've already made a lot of bull cases, so I know it's like, oh well, you've already done that. Yeah, I know. We have a gap level here, right off 520. And it goes down to 487 or something like that. Got another gap level right here. It's not as large. It goes off 4s. So there's a couple gaps that, you know, maybe they can be considered. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 lines. One line is going to be to the breakdown point here. That one's going to look pretty low. You know, this is where things get a little dicey for me, because I'm like of the opinion that there's a kind of a hiding of the, I think it should be right there. It's probably the same. There's a lot of like hidden variables in the cat ears, as we call them. But I think that's about right. And then I would use the tops just to have them. Again, I don't necessarily, you guys are probably wondering like, why don't you use the other one? Well, like I said, I don't think that this is the most likely thing, but I'd have to use lower creeks because the other ones have they've already broken, so they're gone. They don't exist anymore. So as far as I can see, they've all broken right here. So there are other ones that are maybe better, but they've broken. So, and then let's go to the other chart real quick. Is this the one that had the mark? Well, I can use it. It's on the 4 hour. Yeah, I'm going to use that same one. That just kind of makes it look worse. Yeah, honestly, that makes it look worse. But okay, I'm gonna use it anyways. It just does. Then we're gonna go here. And that's your channel. That looks pretty good. I said it made it look worse. I'm being sincere. It does make it look worse. It kind of makes it look like it just sold off like we did in November of this year going into December, like this top back here. It didn't go as low, which is curious. I think that might be a bullish argument. Like, well, it didn't go very low beneath it. It's still kind of chopping along it. Maybe it won't drop as low. That's a possibility. But this certainly makes a good talking point here because, yeah, it makes it more obvious that that jump that happened was not, I mean, I knew it wasn't healthy anyways, but I thought that because it didn't check it immediately, but I actually thought that coming back down to 460s, it could still hold. But you know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, at this moment, this would spit in the face of that. Like, it basically would tell you that that's not likely, was not likely going to happen. Once it lost 467, it needed to in order to get back down. It wouldn't have, it's not possible unless it took a really long time. This particular creek isn't much of a creek. It's more of like a midway point on a massive. So, man, there it is. Like, there's 869, right? It's right where it needs to be. It just is in the right. It's perfect. It's like right where it should be. But based on the way this looks right now, it just looks like it distributed and then broke down beneath that trend. So it would be difficult for me to make a case. I'm going to try, like I said, I'm going to try, but it would be difficult to make a case that this should go back up again. Yeah, pretty difficult. Well, Booksy, how confident are you about 869? You picked that level out a long time ago. I'm pretty confident about it. You've weakened in confidence over time. You even dropped it at one point, saying that there was other ones that are possible. If I were like supremely confident in 869, I would say that this hits on like December 26th. It was a Christmas miracle. Because it is where it triangulates. It's a Christmas miracle. Gosh. Haha, wow. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely. But, yeah, I guess that would be the way it would have to move. We've seen weird things happen. I just think it's unlikely. Copyright Disney. Oh boy! Come on, everybody, let's go to the movies! Drones will be the catalyst. Drones? What are you talking about, man? You can put drones in AMC. Adam Aaron announces, checkmate. Drones will bring you your popcorn at AMC. Dispensing popcorn. Returning to concessions. Can you imagine have drones like zooming in and out of the movie theater? Would you like butter? Yes. Extra butter and root. You know, they kind of do have that though. If you go to like movie tavern type places, they always have like where they do the dining, because they'll have like big like aisles in front of the seats where the waiters come through and take your order. And they always like kind of try to be quiet and like duck down. But I feel like the drones would not be that way. They'd have to be like droids, like Star Wars droids, where they're on the wheels or something. Because drones would be obnoxious. Or AMC theaters are just like those claw machines. They're just giant claw machines. The claw. And it just comes down with the popcorn refill. We have successfully integrated AI, which is going to cost us a lot of money, but we think it's going to be worth it because you're going to get your popcorn 5 times faster. We don't have to hire people. We think this is an amazing movie going experience, an investment for everyone involved. Today, AMC announces selling our silver mine and buying AI drones for our computers. What? No one asked for that. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Yeah, I'm laughing because I think it's true. I think that's how it would be announced. Popcorn, 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 popcorn. Yes, popcorn. You heard me right. Popcorn. The future of AMC. Popcorn. He likes his popcorn, man. Popcorn droids. Man, I'm dying. Sorry, guys. I just find that to be really funny. Because I feel like that would happen. Like, everyone would be like, what? The first people to use the droids will get holographic popcorn droid playing cards, courtesy of AMC Stubs. Dang it, Adam. No one asked for that. Just sit down, eat your popcorn, and enjoy it. Booksy. What's wrong with you, dude? What's wrong with you, man? He's got some major issues up in the attic, if you know what I'm talking about. Got some bats. That's not usually what that refers to. He's crazy. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Oh boy. We're talking about popcorn droids. That's what we're talking about. We went off the rails a few minutes ago. Well, I did anyways. That's it. He lost his mind. Time to take a lunch break. This is the time of the day that people stop listening to Booksy. He's crazy. WTO. Do it, says Goblin Slayer. Do it. Research my stock for me. Do what must be done. Do not hesitate. For if you do, I will destroy you. Popcorn Floyd. Popcoin Floyd. 1 share per movie ticket. Well, then he'd have an incentive to bring his share price up. But the movies are only, are like $20 a ticket. They're not that much. Not yet. But they've kind of fluctuated over the years. There were times where they were like really expensive. If you think about inflation, they should be pretty expensive now. But back in the late 90s, I remember going up north once. I live kind of more in the southern hemisphere, but like more or less. But like the you know what I mean, the southern half of the US. I went up north to like New Jersey or something like that to visit family, and we were I remember going to the movies and it was like $12 for tickets. And that is really expensive if you think about it, because that was like 20 years ago. And that was super expensive. But I remember being like, whoa, why are they so expensive up here? Like that doesn't make sense. So they've definitely gone up and down in terms of value. Nowadays, they make more of their money from concessions anyways, so popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Class. Yeah, it must have been that. It was a nice area, I'll say that. It's like an area that used to not be nice. And some of my family was from there. Like, my grandfather owned a farm in like New Jersey, right? And it was like in the middle of town now. You wouldn't even think there's a farm there. But he had a farm. And then like nowadays, that area is like really ritzy. It's really bizarre. I mean, it's not like super ritzy, but it's up there. And so it's just strange because like when we were really little, we go to the farm and it was like still kind of rustic. But then when I got older, we went back and I was like, this is the farm? Like I remember there being nothing around here and now it's like crazy. That's just life though, I guess. Why'd you tell us that story, Booksy? I don't know. I don't have a lot of my grandparents died when I was pretty young. So part of that's because like my parents are both really young in their families. So like they were born like when my grandparents were older. Both sides of my family were born when my grandparents were older, a lot older. And so then, of course, when I'm growing up, I've got like aunts and uncles who are super old. They're like ancient. They look like grandparents. And I'm like, you're my uncle? You're like about to die. Like horrible. I wouldn't say that, but as a little kid, you're like, whoa, my uncle's like super old. But then my grandparents were, unfortunately, for me, I guess, they were pretty old. So like, yeah. And there's a lot of my cousins who were even younger than me. So it was like, oh, they really didn't get to, know their grandparents at all. So I don't have a lot of memories of my grandparents at all. Like I have very few. And some people find that to be really sad. For me, that was just life. So it's just different. Like I didn't grow up next door to them or go, they didn't babysit me on the weekends, that kind of thing. Some people have really different experiences with their grandparents. Mine were just like long distance relatives who sent me money sometimes. And one of the best memories I do have was my grandfather taking us up on his tractor up the hill to pick blueberries. We visited him. And that was when he had the farm, and the farm was more like a farm. And you drive up this long hill on a tractor, like hayride kind of thing, to go pick blueberries. And yeah, I just have really great, it's almost like, they almost feel fake. I know they're real. But because of my grandparents, of the decades they were born in and the stuff they had, it was like the memory of it's almost like watching Wizard of Oz or something, just all that old timey like furniture and other stuff in their house. So, yeah. Anyways. Talking about that because I was thinking about the movie price when I went up there. When I was a little older, I went up there and the movie ticket prices were like super expensive. Okay, well, this would be my argument, I guess, if I were going to make an argument for upside still. How did you do it, Booksy? I don't know, man. I just did it. I guess if you were really bent on this idea that it could still go up, in theory, I don't think it works as well, you know, practically speaking. But in theory, I guess you could say that this is some kind of like a really long-term, like a head and shoulder type treatment. I'm wind up, unwind, right? I've talked about it a little bit on this channel here and there as it relates to the what I call like a master fractal, because there's a weird pattern that happens on the side of waves sometimes, and it's on the right side usually, not the left. I mean, it's kind of like what does that even mean? It's like a reactive wave. So like there's a wave that comes down and then it like bounces, and then there's like another wave after that that's kind of like, well, so no, this would be the reactive wave, like the first one would be like the reaction, like an auto reaction, and then there's a wave that's kind of like going back down to test the other side. And this is where we see a lot of times, like this is where we see the head and shoulder appear on the chart. It's really strange. I don't know if it's because, again, there is some concept of like buy up and sell off, and they're just doing that pattern in order to check liquidity levels. That's what it seems like to me. I'm like kind of subliminally suggesting that to you. That's kind of what it seems like to me, is like they're going back to check that liquidity. So what maybe makes some sense is that as you're building out here, you're developing like a series of head and shoulder type markers. And what's interesting about this is that they tend to play into themselves like the cat ears. So like you'll see the cat ears in that. And then what we've kind of, I would say, I don't want to say assumed or like determined, maybe is a better word, is that this tends to be fairly close to what you would expect to see anyways from like something like a fan action, right? And then when you go back and you look at it later, it's not, again, it's not really clear maybe why this needed to be the case, or if it like 100% has to be like this. But it does seem that later on, as you go back and you investigate, it's like they give you the appropriate breakdowns, but then they're doing it in like this kind of head and shoulder fashion. And so you end up with these very interesting like correlations to the beginning of the stock movement down here, and what later becomes like the breakdown levels. I don't know. Maybe we call it like a mystery, okay? Because there's certainly things here that make sense to me, and I'm like, sure, that makes sense. And then there's other things where I'm like, I don't know why you'd have to do that. You know, why does that have to be the case? I don't know if it has to be the case. It's kind of a silly thing to say, oh, I should do this. Well, sometimes it does. It couldn't really tell you, you know, exactly why it seems to be this way, but it does. So I've been talking about this for a little while because, again, typically we see this as like the final cat ear sequence, where this is like the top and like the reaction off the top. This is ear 1 and this is ear 2. And it goes further than that, because you could even, if you do it right, there's a lot of times there's like a widening and a narrowing. This is a little bit odd too to talk about, because again, it's like one of those maybe mysterious things. It doesn't always present itself as obvious, but there's usually like a widening and then a narrowing by the time it gets to the end. And I'm not drawing it right. You can see I'm like changing it because I'm not really drawing it like perfectly. But essentially like this is what it often looks like. It's not like perfect. Okay. Something like that or whatever. More like this. So when I go through and I look at the history of how AMC and for that matter, other charts have like broken to the upside and then downside, it does seem like there's a connection between what's happening here on the left and then what's happening here on the right. So my problem with using that right now is this, for me, looks more like the reaction. So like my issue is that like I had already come at this with the maybe a presupposition or presumption, if you will, like an assumption, whatever you want to call it, that this was somehow like the early reaction and that we hadn't even really made anything else. That then leads into a whole bunch of other questions about the overall setup, so on and so forth. But what I would say is that if it indeed was that this is some kind of a early reaction here and this is checking the other side, that's a big if, then you might make the assumption that this could also have that similar shouldering motion. Do I think it really fits the bill here? No. But that's kind of where I was coming from with, like, I don't think it's a great use of this space, but I do think that this is kind of where I'm coming from on the parallels here that you see. And these were ones that we had watched previously, so I'm not doing anything, again, I'm not pulling out like a new line here. These blue ones come from this bottom, specifically right here. Like they're all anchored around the April to May bottom. I do think that they follow through quite a bit, even like relative, if you look right here to like where all this stuff happened going up. We found that these kind of correlated with all those different intersection points that we got about possible bull side. So that's a maybe, you know, maybe there's something to that. I don't personally think it's the best, most likely situation, but again, I'm trying to kind of make an argument potentially for bulls here. So yeah, man. I mean, I'm not really, even when I'm like not super, well, that's not true. There are definitely some times where I feel like my energy is really low. But I appreciate it. I try. Try not to be like dead all the time. Yeah, GME is kind of like pushed back up a bit. I don't think it filled its gap, but I could be wrong. Maybe it did. It looks like it kind of did. We'll see. It's still really low. Like it need to come back above 30 here to advance. If RSI breaks out, could AMC break out? Yeah, I mean, it could. That's going to 100% be determined based on like time zone and stuff like that, or like how long do you think it's going, that kind of thing. I don't, at this point, I mean, this is not the right one we have on the chart. I just did another one. Maybe I deleted it on accident. I think to some degree this already went up, you know, and kind of checked its top and then decided not to continue. It's a tough one because there's a lot of, it's frustrating, but there's a lot of possibility in a setup to continue an advancement even after, like we already talked about this earlier, but basically like if it were to hook up above here, it would have continued. And there were certain criteria that needed to be met, maybe you're holding 460 and then pushing back up. Those criteria were lost. That happens when it breaks out. So it's not really a question for me about like, could that have happened? Like, yeah, it could have happened. It just didn't. So, yeah. So the chart as descriptively as possible instead of prescriptively, it could have been up here and held up, and it would have been a breakout, and that would have is exactly what you see when it crosses up and over and it is bullish. And we can go back and look at dozens of examples of that. So that didn't happen. Well, as a result, RSI has kind of been dropping steadily, and it could be divergent here, but it's a stone's throw away from kind of losing that. Beyond that, there's not much else to talk about with RSI right now. I don't see this as breaking out anytime soon. If it did, it would be just some kind of massive reversal. So it would have to be some kind of a huge reversal kind of thing in order to be like, yeah, it's gonna go, or it's broken out rather. I just don't see it. There's no breakout to speak of right here. So, but yeah, I mean, in terms of like an upthrust, there's too much stuff right now that could just kind of stop you short of 490 or 5 or whatever. All of those could be stopping points, just hooks. I mean, there's tons of possibility here for downside. We already talked about that earlier, and I think that a lot of those things are just there. They're just standing issues. It would not surprise me if it did push up and try to go back to like 470 or something before dropping, or even just like 455. But that doesn't mean anything. It's just pushing back up into a range that it's not holding. That's not enough. I'm gently trying to make a bull case here that I think could be valid, but it's a tough one. You guys are like, no, Booksy, it's just not going to happen. Well, yeah, probably not. So one of the things that we could do is look at a chance that, again, this hits like something like 385. All right, we talked about this before, up to about 390, which is where we were earlier, and finds a footing and then takes off. So we did the same thing for downside, where we had it come down low and then it did not go up high. It goes up to like 440s and then rejects and then keeps going down. That's what we did for the bear side earlier. On the bull side, it would have to be a situation where it's sort of doing like a massive turnaround based on, again, a spring motion that holds somehow above a creek and then breaks out to the upside. I've already talked about how I don't really understand how that could have happened here unless I'm just like really off about where the creek is, because we've already lost it, and I've kind of gone back and forth about it today a few times, but I feel like it's right here. Still think this is like the main one, and it goes backwards to near this top in June. And I don't foresee us, after having lost that, it's hard for me to understand then the idea of like a spring going below the creek that it just broke. The whole point of a spring is to break above it. So for us to like cross up and do like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just kind of stop short at like 550s, and then drive all the way back down and make a lower low, it just doesn't make any sense, from a spring perspective. So I have to kind of just take it for what it is. And that's why I've been like really struggling here to try to make a bull case. I don't think it's good. And we lost it Friday. That was all there was to it. Yeah, I mean, when you look at this and you think this is up, down into it, maybe it's a flush into a spring, maybe. But again, that's a tough one to say, because I don't think it doesn't really make sense of the creeks, unless, again, I just got the creeks like way off. And maybe that's the case. But the only thing I can say about creeks, and I'm going to just stop it there, is that they don't typically like flip-flop. Like if you check a creek for a liquidity test, that's one thing, where you're like opening and closing above it maybe, and you drive beneath it. And vice versa. You could maybe open and close beneath it and drive above it during the day. That could be like a test to the upside. but they don't typically like jump it and then go back through it again and then do it again. You know, that's like 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's like too many fake outs. It doesn't even really make sense. So it becomes a question of like, is that even logical? Like, why would we do that? How in the world do you qualify that? Like, I don't know. With anything that makes any sense, maybe it doesn't make sense, but then I can't really predict it, can I? So even this like lowest trend, which isn't really much to say about that, I haven't really even used this. Even this lowest trend has been broken here. So anywho, right now, if this low held, and the low is 393, so it went down to 393 today. I don't think that's necessarily low enough. I talked about 370s. I think it could go low here, 380s maybe, 370s still. But if that were correct and it were going to go up to 869, like on the button, can I do, no, I don't think it's going to work that way. Well, you're not wrong, Reese. AMC's kind of silly in that way, but like that's a lot. I would be like having to use this forever as a possible setup. You know, for 585 would be the middle. It doesn't really mean much to me, so that would be the middle point, I guess, of the move if it didn't make another low. I don't know, guys. I think what's really obnoxious is the fact that the actual downtrend of these like cat ears here doesn't really go that low. So this could be like a wave cross that comes down, hits, and then returns up, if that were the case. But then the major move up makes it so that that wave is like super low. Like there's a huge amount of space to then be covered if that's the case. And that's where I get kind of like irritated, where I'm like, well, the door has been left open. You know, if this drops this region, it's just going to dump. Like there's nothing else there, in my opinion, from a creek standpoint. You know, I just don't have anything else, which is frustrating. I don't feel like it warrants that kind of a drop, even if we did talk about coming down low frequently. I don't know. Let's look at something else. Let's see if we can look at EMAs. Yeah, I mean, this kind of puts a nail in that coffin for sure. It definitely looks more like the cat ears are spread from July 10th up through December 5th. You know, from this vantage point on something like the MACD, it seems like you've got a lot of space to come down. Pretty low. Actually, this is fairly consistent, so it looks pretty good. But that looks like it would go low. And it also would appear that it did not break out. MACD on 4 hour looks better than most of the other indicators in terms of like accuracy. Let's make this larger for a second. Well, I already known that this was kind of losing its steam anyways when it kind of went sideways. this again would have been, I don't like the word like assumption, but the idea here of the wave itself being as wide as it is, it just kind of demands like either a drop down in an S curve that's super deep, which would be like going to 2, or a secondary action that would have been equally as large, and we just don't have that. It's kind of just like we're missing a piece of the puzzle almost, you know? Yeah, the wave came up and met here, that's true. But it's almost like it doesn't have the actual, like it never came back up to check this again. It just kind of left it alone, which I find to be unusual. Like there's usually like some kind of a resolution there. On some level, even if it's like just on the RSI or just on the MACD or something. But we got nothing. This chart's confusing too because it looks like crazy. And charting MACD is kind of whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, you'd have to say this is pretty speculative. I'm kind of interested in knowing where this middle is. Well, if we're thinking it's September 16th still, or the 13th, we shouldn't use the bottom through the divergence necessarily. We should just use, this is not right either. I mean, that's a lot closer than, that's a lot closer. It looks like almost works. But it didn't quite make it either. And it still just looks like a cross that didn't go up enough. Like it didn't cross over. Breakout here. Walk up. Should have held. All right, that's not really giving us anything. It just kind of looks the same. Like there's a pretty decent distance down. This is a OBV, which I don't use it like that much, but sometimes OBV can give you a different picture as well. So this is a little different. So on this OBV, it doesn't really look like it ever reached these levels. I mean, it looks like it reached these levels pretty quick, and then it actually went up to the levels closer to where we were in June. Let me double check something real fast, because I don't want to misspeak. So where was that? Yeah, so there's not, I'm trying to see if there's like consistency across these two. Not that that matters that much, but I'm just trying to look at where the lines are. It just helps. This is OBV on 4 hours, so it's not going to be, probably better to do this one on the daily. That is a really hard line though, isn't it? On that 4 hour, that chop right there is undeniable. Seems like an attempt to try to break out, and then it did here. And this is on November 8th, so this was election day. This is a really different looking chart. This one doesn't have the same kind of, that's interesting. What if, what if we use the same anchor points? Does it match? This is the creek that I already said I thought was gone, because I think it is. That is the creek that dropped. But you know what's weird is that OBV had jumped the creek here, but I guess that's where the double bottom is too. So that could have been an early, yeah, I mean that's sort of like a sign of like strength, because OBV had crossed its creek and AMC had not. By RSI, by comparison to the price action, excuse me, it had not yet crossed its creek. So it's interesting because it jumped on OBV first. So my other question is, what if we took this and drove it down here? What does that mean, if anything? Maybe nothing. Well, it certainly doesn't match. Meh. Maybe that's not the question to ask. Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Because they're not matching, that's obvious. But we just said it a minute ago. Because we said that when this drove down after earnings, OBV was already crossed over, and it seemed to be like an early indication of possibly that it was going to go again, because it was jumping the creek early, but this hadn't actually jumped the creek. This made this big gap down and then drove the price down. It is very similar in some ways to this top. What if we're asking the wrong question? What if the question is not how do we make it one-to-one, but what is OBV doing now in terms of its creek? How would I do this? Let me think. How would I make it? Because OBV is sort of standing up pretty well. It's not dumped levels yet, even though the price has come down really far. Right. If OBV, for example, you're saying it looks like an SOS, I kind of agree. Because if it were a SOS here, yeah, because OBV on balance volume does look like it could be an SOS. I don't know if it came high enough. It kind of looks like a double top, but whatever. It definitely came above here at 43, which is the July top area. Definitely did. Came significantly above that. It looked like it was going to hold. It didn't hold. So if that were an SOS and this were a backup, I mean, it looks like a fake out. Doesn't look like an SOS, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. Maybe this could like hold on the next creek level, and that might be fine. Like a backup would go back to a liquidity shelf, probably there, like right at the drop off. Right here, right where this dropped off and then this hits and then breaks out. That's what I would use to qualify, like where is it going to go? And it's kind of right there right now. This right there. That's the backup. But this isn't really helpful because we don't have a crystal ball. So like the problem is that like this looking backwards does tell us, yeah, that was an early indicator because it had made the jump and it was actually above this creek when this hit. The issue isn't that though for us. It's that like, yeah, that's true. If on balance volume were like the indication that we needed, that sure. Like I think if that's the case, then yes, this could be indeed where it needs to bounce really close. Maybe if we got that bounce and it came back up above, that would again help us to understand better the price movement. It kind of looks like an expansion too, which is weird because I just said that on the price action did the same thing, where you get this weird like chop, like it's pushing against a creek here. It drops, pumps really high, and then dumps through it. Then it actually starts a new resets because it hits a double bottom and starts a new 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you look at the on balance, you can see that the unbalanced volume also does something kind of similar. Disconnect is obvious. This made a double bottom while this is making, you know, also kind of making a double bottom, but also pushing over the creek. But it is hard to like see that and then not, and to kind of ignore this one because it does look really similar. There. I wonder. So how would you have done this, Booksy, if you had awareness? Man, I don't know if you could have done it. It would have been right there, I guess, that buy-in on November 20th, which would have been a good buy-in. I mean, it would have been when it jumped that creek. It's just messy. It's like ugly because the price is weaker than the OBV. So OBV looks way stronger and the price is just off. So I think it's divergent. So like this made like a top that was significantly higher and the price actually made a lower price. You're just making like a crazy man argument about something that doesn't make sense. I thought it was hard to see the creek cross on the price action. And OBV is kind of like easier in some ways, but it's actually, in other ways, it's kind of just as hard because this area still is very confusing. It's more about See, this is where I actually think creeks make more sense with curves. It just does. 'Cause this makes a lot more sense to me when I look at it like that. I'm like, oh yeah, it held and then it pushed out, it came back up. So it distributed across that and then it had to recapture it. And does it with a higher push and then a higher low. So a macro version of this micro idea, this would be like a micro caddier, the end of that top price action. So the bigger one would be the full. So this would be like the full one. The same sequence should be in the end as there is in this whole thing. So this whole thing becomes its own like caddier sequence basically. Second caddier, I mean. Like a larger version of it. Yikes. Yeah, and then that kind of actually makes more sense to the angle of all this. Man, this is where it gets stuck in like iteration mode. Well, it's weird because on balance volume doesn't quite look right. It looks like it's like maybe it's this. There's a consolidation right there. It's like it's in the wrong spot, I guess what I was about to say. And then I just stopped saying it. It should be right here. I think this is where it's trying to kind of go before it starts breaking down. Because you can see the hook's still there, but it terminates at that moment right here around 40 million. And so if we do that and we go through the high points from the beginning, not anywhere else, and there's like a middle right there too. And then through the place of breakdown here, I wonder. So weird. It's like still seems like it's not in the right place. I think think we're right. I think we were right about where that creek is on the higher time frame, and I think it's based on this. It's kind of confusing because I'm using something that I don't normally wouldn't use, which is like almost like a consolidation here. That doesn't really make a lot of sense for the price action, but there was an iteration. It's interesting too where that hook is on the August 15th or August 14th. That's where that compression was happening. I just deleted it. You guys remember that? That's the place I said I thought the iteration changed. It had like a change of character right into that point here. It's really fascinating because you can see the compression that's going on, the repetition of the fractal, if you will, the patterning here, the bounce, pop, bounce, pop, bounce, pop. It is a compression into the 14th, which is where we saw ourselves originally like as a possible takeoff because it was compressing into that point. I don't know if this adds like a next level of legitimacy or something to that, but then to see that with the on balance volume is really interesting because I'm like looking for like where the heck is the middle, you know, on this push up, and it's right there. It's at 513. That level is where it finds itself finally kind of settling, and then we pump above it, and that's where we do our that's where we just did our distribution again here. What does it mean, Booksy? I'm not sure. I think what it means is that and we could be wrong, but I think what it means is that there's a threshold level at like 41.2 million on this, which seems to be the level at which we're kind of distributing, basically. So like all of the distribution kind of happens off this same mark, even though the price is coming down. I think as an on balance volume would have more to do with like opening, closing values and stuff like that, with how much volume there is and all that jazz. And I'm looking at the, we could go look up the formula, but the idea is it's telling you over time how much people are holding the stock, for example. And it's not that simple, but it is kind of like a basic way to understand it. So it seems like the goal was to drive it away from 41 million here. And then as soon as it pops above 41 million, right there, we get a gap up, and then we go into like distribution mode here. And again, back through 41. And it does correlate pretty well. I mean, it's pretty close to 1-to-1 with where this drop off is on the 16th, which is fine, except that that's actually at an angle. It's starting to look to me like it's more tied into the green than we may have it may be even more tied into this green level than anything else. So it seems like every intersection there, like this just looks like a giant compression. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 iterations of the same thing to get you from this big reaction up to essentially pin you right here around this like 40 million mark. And you can see that the knockdowns happen in correlation with that mark here. Like once it's pinned, it doesn't ever go back above it. Even if the price is kind of trying to do different things, it just doesn't advance. It's pretty interesting. So this is more of an advancement to get back to that 40 million. And I think as a result, yeah, it does like a 50-50 around it. Kind of like pushes out to the upside. It's like living out the chart that I would have expected, but that did never happen. Which doesn't sound promising, but it's kind of like that idea of like, it's sort of building out as if that's the way the chart could have happened with price action. It just didn't go that way. So what does that mean, Booksy? I mean, it makes sense because if you're trying to keep the price pinned, although 516 is a bit, maybe it seems a bit high, or 515 seems a bit high, it isn't really. If you go back and look at that, they're trying to kind of knock it into, so the consolidation that happens here is really just a representation of the consolidation and the attempt to pin it underneath 520, which would have been putting it back into this early range where the liquidity was. That does not shock me at all because we know that Vanguard, we already talked about this a lot, but they had short positions right here at like 490 and 490 that they had talked about. So it really would make perfect sense if you've got a portion of your portfolio that's short. It's a very, at least as far as we could tell, it was a small portion, but it was still there. It makes perfect sense that you're going to try to, if you have two, I mean, it's very distinct announcements here and here, right where those gaps are off of like 480s, that would be the sell-off level that you would try to get underneath. And then really everything from that point forward is just trying to like kind of, from a bear point of view, is really just try to prevent that from running back above. And I know we've already kind of touched on this, but I guess with the on-balance volume, I'm finding it a little bit more visually interesting because I'm like, oh, okay, I see there's a line, and kind of watching where those distributions were happening. If it popped above this, you know, it'd be like a signal to potentially sell. And that's something that's, I think, pretty incredible in this particular example, you know. So buy, sell. And then it's almost like a buy and sell signal in and of itself. Not sure what the significance of that level would be, but unfortunately, like the rest of this looks like garbage because of the reverse split. Interesting. That's the halfway point for this move on the big May move on OBV. So going from like bottom to top, it's interesting because if you look at where that distribution is on the on-balance volume, it's like halfway up the move, which is kind of bizarre if you think about it, because that's not at all the case on the price action. That's not halfway up the move. That's like near the top of the move, you know. But on balance volume, this is like exactly halfway. So it's just kind of interesting to me. I hate to say it, but it kind of gives a greater case that distribution is still happening because from my point of view, I'm thinking that the on balance volume has to be higher. Like that's kind of what I'm making an argument for, is like by saying it goes up, that we need to take it up so we can sell down again. If the goal is, and it may never work this way, I know that on balance volume stayed hiked up in 2020, but it didn't ultimately hike up a lot until it got down low again. So it had a kind of an evening effect, and then it evened out, and then when it got down bottom, it really rose and it stayed high. And on balance volume was one of the places that, again, in 2020, you would have seen like a massive divergence going into, it was like this, because there was like a long-term divergence in on balance volume as well as a shorter term one. And you would have seen that sort of like that if it were to look the same, right? But what if the goal here is to set up a distribution that, man, I'm sorry, that really wraps around, maybe it just needs to be enough to get you down, I guess what I'm trying is if I get you down to the, like that level, in which case it's there, like it's already made enough of a move up. So here's a, I hate to say this, it comes trying to prove like a bullish point of view, but this kind of like goes back to the bear side where like technically they may have taken it up enough because it went above that distribution level and they don't need to take it higher. Possibly. It's a little shallow. I still think it would have benefited from coming up again. So this gives you a better picture perhaps of like coming through the creek on a 50% if it came up to the top again, which it didn't do. It's weird. It's kind of a catch-22. So on the one hand, it's you can make a case on the bear side that this is adequate, that now we just need to start a sell-off. And it's probably enough to get you down to where you want to go. I don't know if they want to flush out everybody or that kind of thing, but then I think I look at this and I'm like, well, it also gives a better case for bull side because this looks like it's already broken down on the price action. It does not look that way on, I mean, it looks like it's a stone's throw away from potentially reacting in really positive light here on the on balance volume. Because if it just popped up a bit, I don't know how far it needs to go, but if it went up and did this SOS, for example, I definitely could see how that might lend to kind of a final reactive move, you know, up top. But it's hard to say because I feel like unfortunately, I didn't really prove anything. I kind of just made it, I don't know if I made it worse, but I think I just kind of showed that there was a possibility that they don't need to, unfortunately. So, but I think I would be content if this broke above that 41 and held it. You know, may that be the case. It may be the case that is, excuse me, it may be the case that is what happens, but for now it's not there, so it's just speculative. So this would need to hold, I suppose, the creek that it's generated and the new one. And then beyond that point, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's just got to advance like through here, back above the 40 million on balance volume. That would be considered a breakout. another bit of a problem here, which is that this isn't actually in the middle. It's like situated higher, which I think is strange. Like, it's higher than the creek intersection. Usually when you have a center of liquidity, it's like right on the dot. And this one's not quite there. Like, ours is pretty much right on the dot at like 493 or whatever. Yeah. To me, it looks like it's going back to check that level. What a weird chart. Well, guess it can't be both. I'm just gonna pick the 13th again. There's got to be one of the two, and it may just be that this was a sign of weakness and then it broke down. It didn't actually hold any support there. And that's the hook on the 13th. It's kind of messy. I don't know, man. I kind of liked it the other way. I liked it the other way. Whatever. That's where that double bottom was. Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess it's where that breakdown was, the hook value, like 490s right there. That would have to be like a halfway point. And it doesn't necessarily have to make sense right now. I don't think it does, but it would make sense later. If it holds support here and turns, then this becomes an anchor. Don't really think there's much else I can do with on-balance volume though, because like on the one hand, I think you could probably argue that it's kind of done. I got pretty close to that. Just like hooked. I don't know. It just sort of depends on your point of view. I mean, a lot of people are going to look at it and say it's finished. Other people are going to look at it and say it's not done. I've seen that, thinking that with like every single indicator we've seen so far. They all kind of have the same feeling to them. It's largely going to depend on maybe your notion about what you think this should do. I mean, if I look at this from as objectively as I possibly can, you know, then I would have to say that this didn't come high enough. But it's the same problem that we had with price action. You know, it's like it's right where it needed to be you can see very clearly, like from the bottom here through, it's the same exact S curve, right? The same S curve from the bottom through the top. It just didn't go like all the way. And the only thing I could do is like lower this, but if I lower this, it moves away from the liquid center, the breakdown point, and I don't think that's a very fair way to do it. I mean, I can't, as a TA person, it's just me reacting to what's already happened, and at this point, it'd be pointless. It's just me trying to make it fit instead of just doing what I would be doing, which is that should be the center. And it is. I think it is the center, but it's just not, it didn't go up high enough. It just sort of stopped short. It's timing-wise kind of right where it needs to be. And then the only thing we have left is a lower grab, which maybe this is like part of it, and I'm not really using this very much, but this lower grab down here, it's not out of the question that that could be a part of that. I'm trying to make a bull case again. So yeah, I mean, this times out, right? This times out to December 27th. It's the same timing, basically, that we had before, like right at Christmas or after. So if this was the first move up and it didn't go high enough, the second move would be after a backup, you go back up again. So the rotation is fairly self-evident. You can see the waveform right here. So this will be move one, and then you drop down, I don't know, presumably to wherever you hit support or whatever, and then you go up again. And that would be the rotation of this value. And it is correct that it does measure out to the end of the year still, which is sort of where we were to begin with. Yeah, and so that would be the rotational value on that. This would have to just get you up high enough. I don't know. There's all kinds of other questions that would come up, but you can see it. I mean, that's pretty close. If that's not, yeah, I mean, it's basically like right on the dot. So using the appropriate measure, not including the extra little fluff there, that is the same. So it is a rotational value from here to here. Presumably, you'd have to do the same thing to the downside. I don't know. Which means it'd go down really far. Like all the way down to here. And then it'd have some strong reaction. But it's hard for me to imagine why that would matter. Like it could just be a big reaction where we're already way down low. That doesn't really help us. And that move itself is kind of weak. This move is only, I mean, it's not a big move percentage-wise. That was where Roaring Kitty had tweeted and junk, and they really truncated that move. It's like 48%. But a 48% move, if we dropped all the way down, would be like way down here somewhere, right? This is 54%. That's downside. That's not right. It's way more than that going up. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a lot. It's just hard to make that argument. If we started lower, that it would go anywhere. It'd just be like a hook. So even if OBV rose sharply, that could be absorbed by institutional selling, I suppose. But, you know, think timing matters a lot in the market. So I get curious when I see stuff that's very symmetrical like that. It's really clear that the timing here is almost, if not exactly, like on point from that middle. That's not just one or two little sections. It's like the whole thing. Like all three of those are exactly where they should be in terms of rotational symmetry. The timing of them is the same. Is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, presumably that would mean that you should have some kind of a upside. And I actually don't think it matters if you lower this or not, because at the end of the day, if you're going to use rotational symmetry, I mean, I guess it does matter because then it would mess it up, but how would I do that then? If it didn't rotate around that point, it rotated around something else. What the heck did it rotate around? There's like nothing there. I go from top to bottom. That intersection's right here, which is the middle. Which makes like no sense. It is rotating around that time period on the 16th, but it's rotating from like a really low spot. So that's weird. Well, I guess what I could do is just kind of, I don't want to fudge anything, but I guess what I could do is like work this way. Just let it be what it is. I don't know. There's nothing else I can do. This is not even that really important if it doesn't look exactly like the price action, whatever. But it does kind of offset it. So yeah, it looks like that could be a goal to go up to like the 60 here on the 27th if the rotation continues. And I guess if that's the case, if it did really rotate like that, then it's the issue is, of course, like how far would this have to go down? And it'd be really low. So there's a problem there. This would like have to come way, way down. Again, just if the rotation's the same, this would come like way down here to this top. And that's the equal part rotation right there. As opposed to holding the creek, it would like dump. It's hard for me to see how that could possibly be good for us. Like, part of me wonders if that happened, where would we be? Like, would we already be at the gap? Is this like the gap fill reaction? You know, it doesn't really make it seem like we would need to go up right now. At first you're thinking, yeah, it looks like we're gonna go up because if it holds that creek, it's gonna go up. But if you actually look at the rotation just by itself, and you don't, go at it with a biased point of view about it, it's hard to make that argument. It kind of looks like they're trying to get back to this previous top here and test it again, which for price action purposes is kind of irrelevant. It's disproportional. So from an on-balance standpoint, maybe it holds high. Maybe it holds really high and doesn't ever come down back here. But from a price action standpoint, that rotation does not give you a lot in terms of price. Kind of makes it seem like you would drop really low. You'd have to. This would be like only half the move, you know? Yeah, it's like, that would be like only about half the move. It's horrible. Well, I was setting out to do something bullish, and I did something bearish on accident. Yeah, it's like 282, which is the gap fill. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, it's basically like coming back down to fill the gap. So you could fill the gap and potentially have much higher on balance volume, which is a big deal. It would be a pretty massive divergence in theory to be at the same price with a significantly higher on balance volume. But does not seem to support the idea unless it holds here at like this 40 million. So that'd be the trick, which again doesn't give us a lot of answers because we don't have a crystal ball to see where that, if that holds. But that's where it would have to hold in order to go back up immediately and just be kind of like a not breakdown kind of thing. So that doesn't really work. But there's no doubt in my mind that that's probably where they're targeting anyways. That's obviously the gap fill, so who cares, you know? So what, we gap fill, drop bajillion million percent going into Christmas, and then we have some kind of a pump move that I don't even know what does that even look like? I don't know. It'd be weird. Well, spinning tires. I didn't look at everything today. I'll come back, check some stuff tomorrow. You know, this isn't that complex. Sometimes we make it more complicated than it needs to be. But in reality, it's fairly straightforward. There's been some breakdowns that put you beneath certain creeks that are not good. You got to get back up to like the 460s, 470s. If you're even going to have a chance of running, that would have to happen first anyways. If you can't wait 60 cents, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's, I can't tell you what to do, but I think it's ill-advised to try to like guesswork here too much. I have some pretty straightforward numbers for downside that seem to make sense, and I have some pretty straightforward numbers for upside that seem to make sense. And I got to be honest, you know, last week, still very positive about the possibility of continuation to the upside because we hadn't lost that yet until Friday. And part of me was like, I don't think it necessitates down if you can manage to hold certain creeks. Because, it's a creek jump. It just has to make a higher low or whatever than the bottom or catch at the 417 or whatnot. All that stuff would have been fine. Now we're talking about a completely different dilemma where you'd have to make an argument that it's now is the spring, and it's like, man, it just gets kind of convoluted. And I'm not saying it can't happen, but there's just so much, like, unfortunately, there's just a lot of evidence here that this is a upthrust that already made the push back up, and it's just going to start selling through. And I think there's this kind of idea in the back of our head that like, well, it could be, you know, it could be bullish, it could be, yeah, maybe. But how long do you want to hold on to that, you know, before letting go of a position, for example, or something like that? That's a dangerous place to be as a trader, where you're not able to just say, all right, it's a loss. What's really frustrating for me is it's like this ex machina kind of move. Looks like that's the one that I don't like, right? It's like, oh, all of a sudden it just starts ripping. You know, it's like, well, that's not helpful to anybody. You know, to sit there and say that that's a possibility really puts this idea in your head that this could happen. Could it happen? Yeah, but it's a very last minute, extremely volatile proposition, and I'm not really seeing any reason to believe that it could happen past December 26th. Like, I genuinely don't think it's going to go up after that point. If that were like a low pivot and it pushed up, I'd be thinking like UTAD or an LSPY upthrust here. It'd have to be something pretty soon, like within the next few days. And I know that there's FOMC stuff and all that jazz, but it just sometimes it's not as complex as that, you know. Hmm. It's interesting. I don't think it got there. I think we're right. I mean, it could be that that wasn't part of the design, but $385 bottom. Maybe.
It's time for your afternoon stretch break.
Well, it's interesting. Didn't this hit this hit 415, right? Okay, I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm gonna use some extended hours trading, and check something out real quick. Curious about a couple points that are interesting to me. I'm gonna use same ideas. So there's this like compression that's happening going into August. I think it's really interesting. I kind of already knew about that, but So there's a well, I mean, it hasn't been particularly bullish due to certain things, but the idea of it going back up to like $8 or something isn't exactly outlandish. I've talked about coming back up anyways, and breaking out later in like 2026, about a year away. So this idea of like, oh, it can't possibly run again, that's not true. That would be putting words into my mouth that I've never actually spoken. So, not accurate. So, I feel like that's a bit too much. Like going to say like, oh, it's gonna go bankrupt or this or this or this. Like, I've never said that. That's interesting. Came back again. I'm not saying that I think it's particularly bullish right this second, but that's different than saying like it's going to go to 0 or something and just have to do more reverse splits and blah, 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 blah. It's a very different kind of idea. So, well, it's not impossible that this is kind of like a UTAD. The problem is it also kind of looks like a SOS in reverse. It looks a little bit like an SOS with a backup because it doesn't ever break below the creek again. So that's where I'm kind of running into some headaches because it's not quite right. I would say there's a lack of checks, and that's kind of what I'm looking for here is like, did it actually go back and check certain levels? This seems significant to me. This particular check right now does seem foreshadowed, by this angle. This is really where you get to that SOS place. Like if it's an SOS in reverse, which I guess you call it like an LSPY. But if it's like an SOS in reverse, then you'd be looking at this as if this is like a reaccumulation or something. And did it jump the creek and hold it? Yeah, it advanced. I feel like they've done a pretty good job keeping it from going too far. And I'm using extended hours so I can see a little bit more information. I'm just kind of curious if this hits 403 pretty early. Way over here in May. And then it does try to advance. I'm looking at it upside down. So if you're wondering why it looks a little weird, it's upside down land. And then it tries to advance right here and goes to 402. So that was a liquidity check, and 402 ends up being a pretty nasty check for sellers. As soon as it hits 402, it goes all the way back to like 550s. So there's a lot going into that. But then this almost looks like a squeeze, right? It's like almost like a reverse squeeze, right? Like it's just like, oh shoot, it's going like all the way back up. Why is it doing that? That doesn't make any sense. And I'm kind of like of the same mind. I'm like, no, it doesn't really. But when you go backwards, the first trend from the peak here, this was after it made like a bottom. Okay, so for us, it was a top. But for bears, this would have been considered like a little push with like a spring almost, right? And then it starts advancing the other way. So this would be considered like the bottom. That's tricky. I kind of want more detail on this, which is not always a good thing, but I can't quite put my finger on where this trend is supposed to be. It's kind of bothering me. Like, I know this is a cross, but where the heck does the cross actually go, you know? Like, it's just really messy. There's a lot of ugly, like, wicks and price action here that doesn't really make sense. So this is like coming back down to try to retest like the floor almost in reverse. Where are you going, bulls? That's so out there though. It's like, again, it's like this idea that the reversal didn't happen, but it did happen. It went the other way. Have you looked at the 3-month chart? It's gone, and then he's laughing and rolling around and crying. It's gone down past the 10 MA, the 50 MA, and the MA. The RSI is well below 50. AMC is finished. Even the 200 MA. Well, thank you. I mean, I talked pretty extensively about, like, thanks, I don't know. I talked pretty extensively about the creek breakdown on Friday anyways. So, like, we've already talked about that. I already talked about downside. I have a whole chart built for it. I called it, like, bear side. It's literally right here. And we measured it out, and we measured out bear side and where it would go. So, I don't, you know, say whatever you want to say. I don't really get the whole laughing and rolling around and tears crying like you're making fun of me or something for like charting possibilities. And I'm like, that's just dumb. Like I already talked about downside. Like I already talked about it extensively today. If you just came here to tell us like AMC's done and laugh about it, like why are you here? Like that's just a waste of time. And if it's LOL stuff because I'm charting potential upside, I'm with you. Like it already broke down. Like I'm not against you in that way. I already talked about it again. I had the whole bear side already today. You know, but I can't. I get kind of annoyed with the laugh out loud LMAO garbage that people throw at you. Where is the upside? Says Reynard. Again, what's the point? Like, am I gonna sit here for 30 minutes and try to re-explain everything just so you could tell me that it doesn't matter? Because your mind's already made up clearly that it's got to go down. I've already talked about downside and where it could go. I've looked at other possibilities, and there's some interesting things. For example, with on balance volume, which is not breaking down, and it didn't break down. And there's other things like RSI being in a particular place where it could have a major divergence with these two tops. Sure, we could sit here and go through every indicator that I've talked about today and all of the possibilities that could mean, it doesn't mean it has to, but that could mean upside. I'm sitting here looking at this, thinking about if this could be in reverse, if this is an SOS with a backup that then has an advancement, or is it a potential in reverse that this is a UT followed by a UTAD, which in layman's terms would be a spring action in reverse. I don't need to go through it all again. I spent all day on this chart. I'm about to head out, so I don't like. I get where you're coming from. I'm not even against it, but I don't like the idea of me going back through everything just to kind of appease you because you showed up at the end of a stream and you're kind of making judgments based on me, the way I'm charting right now. Look, man, you want to talk about AMC going down, let's talk about it going down. It's probably going to head to $2 or 226, period. And then there's a massive potential for an S curve here that's got pretty equal part levels all the way down. I've already charted it. It was already kind of doing this by Friday last week. So again, it's not really worth my time to go back through this again. I already did it at the beginning of the stream. And really what I'm doing right now is just looking at what I'm considering to be a channel going up. I'm looking at RSI divergence. I'm looking at OBV divergence, and it's there. It is. This is a significantly higher OBV than what we had here on the 9th. So it's possible, although maybe it seems way out there, that this does something kind of crazy and reverses. Not with AA diluting the stock. He's not going to do it again back to back. So you take whatever you want to take from that. I don't really care. Look, there's nothing from a technical standpoint at this point that looks particularly great. But sometimes the play isn't what it seems, and so we take things into consideration. I'm not sitting here hardcore defending bull side. I already said it. I don't think it's going to be confirmed bull side unless you get above 460s and hold that support again. Maybe then we have a chance. Otherwise, it's pretty much done in terms of down. But I can chart it if I want to chart it. I'm sorry if it offends your sensibilities. Jeez. I can chart potential turns if I want to chart potential turns. All right. Why would you need a reverse split? That doesn't make any sense. A reverse split would lower the price. Or excuse me, I got that backwards. Why would you need a reverse split though? I still think I said it. I think I said it backwards, but has no more shares. Yeah. Well, a stock split, I'm just asking because I'm curious. A stock split would take the value and, if it's overpriced or whatever, and causes it to go the other way. I don't know, man. We look at a lot of. I could go back and look at what that could mean for the stock or whatever. The whole point of the reverse split that he did though wasn't just because of, I guess what I was saying is it's not just because of some kind of a valuation problem. It was because they had flooded the market with shares. So you went from having like 500 million to having like 1.4 billion shares, which is not right. So they did a splits to bring it back to like a manageable level. So it was a more adequate way of pricing the chart or the company that was similar to how it originally was, like in 2020. Beyond that, I'm not really seeing like any reason to assume that we're going to do another split. Not right now. Unless there's risk of like delisting or something, I don't know. That's usually the reason that somebody gets pressured into doing it. Or if the value's gone over the top and they're trying to get more buyers in, they might split the price. I just don't really get the reason for it. You just went through that. I feel like it's sort of settled the issue. The dilution is irrelevant when it comes to that. Like, I don't think the split had anything to do with dilution. He already had approval to dilute. He could have not split the chart, left it as it was, and still diluted. He would have just been doing it by screwing with the 1 point whatever billion shares, which doesn't make any sense. Right. So I don't want to like sit here and like try to hold on to things that don't. We need Luigi. I don't want to sit here and think about things that aren't going to be really helpful to think about. Obviously, there's some issues here. If we're looking at this as a creek cross, it already jumped the creek and then kind of broke back through what I would say is the majority position where the creek should be, which is around 440s. And then it's especially coming down beneath, that 420 level. I think that was the big one for me on Friday. I would look at this and just consider like there are other creeks. It's just not during regular trading hours. They're not very good. There's not a lot of consistency there. And then meaning like I wouldn't look at them as like those are where you're going to catch. But yeah, I mean, there's other creeks here. They're just low. We talked about 370s as a possibility. Kind of right where we are would be another one that could potentially hold. Do I think it's a strong chance it holds? No, but if it held and it pushed back above 460, we might be talking about things differently in a few days. So don't celebrate and ain't over till the fat lady sings, as they say. This is an ugly move. I definitely think that it is a bearish move. But I think that there's still a couple things here. Now, I've already talked about my opinion about downside. I think it's probable at this point, and I don't think that there's a reason to sit there and try to like consistently sit there and try to always be bullish when the stock isn't presenting itself like that. So I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that this could be another change, you know, in terms of like direction. But I do think that overall, like, it clearly truncated. We don't know. Some people think that it didn't need to go any higher, so that you're not going to assume that it truncated anything. Everything that I'm seeing, it makes it look like it just kind of missed the mark. We went through a lot today. You don't have to believe it. I don't really care if you don't believe it. But we went through a lot today, and it certainly seemed to me like there was a lot that has been left on the table. Like just a lot of things that were not checked thoroughly, if you will. Back tests and stuff like that normally are, and it's again a matter of maybe opinion about some stuff, but you know, just kind of missing it. Just kind of missing certain pieces of this, and that's frustrating, and maybe it'll always be that way. You know, we've had plenty of distribution in the past. It doesn't always work out that you get to have the moves that you want to have. It just doesn't. So I'd be very concerned, even if it did come up to like 6 all of a sudden, that even then, that it would not just be another effort to sell. It'd be really wonky, you know, if that happened. But you guys already know, like, I've been talking about 869 for a while as a possibility. That is slowly getting melted away very quickly. And every time we've had this happen, you know, we wait a few days and then it just sort of settles in. They're like, all right, you know, it's not likely going to turn or whatever. We've had a weekend. I think Thursday, Friday last week were pretty rough. Definitely lost some levels. That's kind of all there is to it. And once you lose those levels, if they're really truly like weaknesses, then they're just going to be gone. You know, we don't have to think about it any more complicated like than that. So we knew it was a possibility. The reaction here would have to be pretty substantial, I guess what I'm trying to say, in order to really qualify any sort of a move to the upside and make it look like it's really going to go and ultimately actually go. So it's a very tall cry. I mean, for someone to sit here and say that they think it could go up there in like 10 days, it's kind of like if someone had called out this move, and not to say I did, but I didn't call it out as a move that would happen in a day or two. I don't think that anybody I know of that called out saying it could happen in a day or two. I had bought in thinking it would start breaking out and running up and go to like near 14, but I thought it was going to take like a month, like 20 days. It happened in like 2 days, right? So for me to sit here and be like, oh, well, in the next 10 days, it's going to run all the way up to 869. Like, that's so out there. It's so high risk. It's so anti-technical at this point, from my point of view, that it'd just almost be irresponsible to say something like that. And it doesn't make sense. So for me, it's like, I don't know, probability. Maybe maybe something crazy happens, you know, and it does go up, and we're like, what? And then you running like super far in like a few days. That's happened before. It's weird, but I wouldn't expect it to last, you know. And even still, it's like this doesn't really. At the very least, we'd have to say like this doesn't really support that. There's an interesting kind of cross section here that kind of leads up to the middle of this overall channel. And that's about the only thing I can visually, anyways, that's about the only thing I can see here that maybe would cause you to say, perhaps it could go if it did this. And it's based on, again, a level that we just lost, which is this hook level that we just didn't hit. And you can see it intersects the top of the range there. But I would have said that back here before it got lost, remember? Because I had the S curve going up, and it was moving up to like 6, but it was moving up to 6 around the 18th. So it's the same spot, but it's not like, it doesn't seem very feasible, right, at this point to suggest that it could go up there now. It feels like a silly statement. It was easy when we were like moving up to see how that could like build out and finish a top here, you know, even if it went back down to like the 60s, 460s, which is what we were saying, like that still seemed more feasible based on the setup for the S curve. And that's where I'm like, kind of like, I'm not sure if I'm just seeing like old targets, which is what it feels like. I just kind of seeing older targets that are just not going to be met. Or what? So, yeah, I mean, because that would have been a continuation to finale the S curve and get back above certain things. This is just a reversal that's broken through a lot of the creeks. It's kind of crazy, you know, to then suggest it like whips back up and goes all the way to the top. So big difference between Booksy this week, Booksy last week, because last week we hadn't completely lost it, you know. Like it took all the way till Thursday to really get down to like 440, and that was kind of the end of, for me anyways. And like I said, who knows, you know? Maybe there is something else here and I'm not seeing it. I haven't made that, you know, that leap yet. I'm of the opinion that dump value is going to be reflected in a pop value. If it did it now, could it get back up to 470s? Maybe, you know, but that's a tough one, man. It's like, yeah, maybe. That's all I can say. It just doesn't seem highly probable. But, you know, we'll see. I would suggest to you that it's possible, but I don't think that I would go any further than that. I think IWM is a mixed bag. Yeah, we covered it earlier. To me, it's got a pretty massive bearish divergence on RSI over time, and it does look like it could benefit from a backup to like 215 or something like that. It's far, but I don't know. We'll see. It also looks like it could have another pretty big leg up, even if that did happen. So I don't think necessarily it's like, oh, an end-all be-all kind of moment. I think it's a potential backup that fixes some gap problems, like leaving 2 gaps behind here. Also goes back and checks this major creek. And then I think it would probably rally to like 270. So it's really a bullish move, even though it may start bearish. If it holds above going into like this breakout here, maybe if it breaks out and holds above 227 through Wednesday, it's a different story. It may not break down. I'm not there yet. So, all right, I'm done. I'm hungry. My cats are hungry. I'm more nervous that it dumps at FOMC, to be honest. It likes to do the opposite before it goes the way it wants to go. But, you know, it's an ETF. Things can be pretty different than you expect them to be, so. That goes both ways. All right, guys, I gotta go. Sorry, got a little dead at the end, but I got tired and I'm hungry. I tried to keep my energy up most of the time. But yeah, we'll reconvene tomorrow sometime. Try to get back on tomorrow. We'll see if anything changes. Appreciate y'all. Hope you have a good day.